Development of Uganda, showing a clearer picture of tourism's contribution to our economy and the benefits we offer as an industry in terms of earnings, employment, investment, and other dimensions. Last year in September is when we launched this activity. Those of you who were with us at Fairway remember, it looked like a very ambitious target that we would have this tourism satellite account by January, February this year, but we have made it. So we launched this activity and we started preparing for the tourism satellite account for 2022, referencing the year 2019. And I am so happy to inform you that this process was successfully completed and our team has produced, I am told, a fantastic tourism satellite account. Thank you. It's okay to clap. The tourism satellite account was developed in accordance with UNWTO recommendations, and it involved compilation of 10 tables. The technical people will talk about this a little more, showing the interrelationship among the economic variables in the tourism industry, such as expenditure, number of nights spent by tourists, bed and room occupancy, and their link with those of the national accounts. The report presents data on tourism consumption expenditure, non-cash transactions occurring within the domestic economy, tourism supply in the domestic economy, employment and other variables such as gross fixed capital formation and tourism collective consumption. The process of developing Uganda's TSA was spearheaded by the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities and Uganda Bureau of Statistics, with guidance and support from the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA. The team also collaborated with Bank of Uganda, National Planning Authority, Uganda Investment Authority, Makerere University, Uganda Tourism Board, and the tourism private sector, with the aim of producing the best quality output in this process. And so as I welcome you to this launch, I would like to acknowledge and express our gratitude to all these agencies that have supported us. As a ministry, we are very grateful for the leadership of our minister, who has enabled us to facilitate this process, because he and the ministry at large are committed to data-driven solutions to our needs as a program. I would like, in a special way, to thank UNECA, whose director is here, for the unwavering support in developing our TSA through the process that we started way back in 2017 and have worked since completion. UNECA has facilitated this process, has funded, has trained our teams, has paid the consultants. So I request that you really give them a round of applause. We are very, very grateful. I also wish to appreciate Ubos, It is here and his team, for holding our hand, training our teams, and through this rigorous endeavor, and for always backing us up. It's not only during the TSA, you have always supported our surveys, you have given us, every time I write to Ubos, I know that I'm going to get a response, a very prompt response. I always appreciate that. And you have supported us through the collection of statistics, and you have set high standards for data and our national accounts. We appreciate. A hand clap for you, boss, please. I would also like to thank the Bank of Uganda. I've said this before, Makerere University, Uganda Investment Authority, National Planning Authority, UTB, I don't know if they're here or following us online, and the entire tourism fraternity for the support to this activity and providing the much needed information that we required for this tourism satellite account. Lastly, I wish to appreciate our technical team, headed by our commissioner in charge of planning, Mr. Liada, Dennis Ojok, and the entire team. We greatly appreciate and congratulate you upon this amazing success of developing the TSA for Uganda. Without their hard work, would not be here today. Once again, I welcome you, all our dear guests, the technical teams that are going to take us through this. We are extremely pleased to share this special day with you, and we look forward to a very productive morning. Thank you very much, and enjoy the launch. Thank you.
A bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to not only the PS, but also UNECA for ensuring that this comes to pass. And to Dr. Mama Keita, thank you so much for coming to Uganda for the very first time. And I look forward, you're seated right to the next person. She'll be able to take you around and recommend the places you may need to go first. But for starters, I know you have Ugandan notes. You could just start by looking at those Ugandan notes. Some of the things that you may need to visit are right on those notes because they're still under the theme of Uganda Gifted by Nature, and we expose our tourism potential on the Ugandan notes. As the minister was speaking about, of course, the contribution of tourism to Uganda as an economy, as looking back to the last month, I think during the budget discussions in the presentation of the budget framework paper, where there were discussions about cutting the budget of tourism. And yet we were in an economic discussion of looking at how depleted our reserves are in terms of foreign exchange. And I was thinking, what exactly are we saying when we say we want to cut the tourism budget? And yet this is the sector that actually brings us the most when it comes to the most monies in terms of foreign exchange, cutting it by almost half. And I was thinking, we were looking at more products, new products that are going to be developed this year. What happens to them if you cut that budget by that much? I hope that the members of parliament and their representatives in here are able to rethink their decision, and actually instead of cutting, we need to increase the budget of tourism, because I was trying to just juxtapose just how much we pay attention to tourism in terms of the budgeting for marketing. Uganda is about $2 million or less than that. When you look at our neighbors in Kenya, they're about 40 million for just marketing, $40 million. Our neighbors in Rwanda at about $30 million, and yet we actually have much more than those countries do have. So our parliamentarians need to think twice about some of the decisions. And now that we have the satellite account, I was perplexed as well as you, Madame Doreen. Satellite account, what exactly does it mean? We just launched a satellite. For any layperson, they will be thinking, oh, is Ministry of Tourism as well getting a satellite in the space pretty soon? But that's definitely not it. As we go about, we will get to understand it. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite, in the capacity of the Executive Director of the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, Mr. Nabongo, to come and speak to us about where we stand, because with statistics, numbers don't lie, as it's always said. If you're not speaking of statistics, then you're just speaking off cuff. But we do have the numbers, and Mr. Nabongo, I do invite you to speak to us about where we are, what you find as the challenges, and what we expect to be doing to get better or to where we want to be. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes.
Thank you, Mildred. Now, these gender issues are real. I was also expecting to be given a hand to climb up, but I didn't know it is reserved. Maybe when I'm going down. Thank you. The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, I didn't get the title, but I will say the head UNECA, Mission in Uganda Today. Development partners here present. All technical officers, from our respective MDAs, members of the tourism fraternity, the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I wish to join the PS in welcoming you all here this morning, and also convey warm regards from the Executive Director, Dr. Chris Mukiza, who is at another program at Makere, where we are making a statement during the graduation of students from the School of Statistics and Planning. He would have wished to be here, but he asked me to be here as the Deputy Executive Director. I wish to, first of all, thank the PS for those very kind compliments about the kind of statistics produced. It is very good feedback and strengthens us as we continue with our work. And it strengthens our resolve to do even better. Today we come together to witness the launch of the first Uganda tourism satellite account. And this is the second that we worked on as the Bureau. The first one was water. And these are some in a series of satellite accounts that we'll be working on to produce. For the benefit of many others represented by Mildred, who think about the satellite in the sky, look at it still that way. When you have a satellite out there up in the sky, it enables you to see more of what is on the ground. So the satellite account is that which will enable you to see more on statistics relating to that sector or that area, but much more so with respect to the national accounts, with respect to the development. So a satellite account is that which gives you more data and complements the statistics that we normally ordinarily produce. When we say contribution of tourism is 2.6%, what does it mean? Now that is what the satellite account will be able to give you, and the details will come from the presentations as you'll see later. So the satellite element is correct, but in that context, that you are able to view a lot more than what you would have seen normally when you're just standing here. So in other words, set accounts are supplementary statistics that allow analysis of a particular aspect of the economy, and such data supplement and are consistent with the core statistics, particularly the GDP. As a bureau, we are focusing ourselves to enhance usability of statistics through the development of satellite accounts for as many areas of the economy as possible. We are targeting education. I already mentioned water, tourism. We are targeting energy, and we'll continue with the others so that we can increase a better appreciation, utilization of statistics, and improve the planning and investment. With respect to the tourism satellite account, it is again a manifestation of our promise to deliver on the statistics that allow informed decision-making or evidence-based decision-making. The uniqueness with satellite accounts is that we work extremely closely with the key stakeholders. And we always love it when the key stakeholders own up to the product. Because at the end of the day, we vouch for the statistics, but they are owned by the stakeholders. Because they're the ones who must make use of them. Ours is to say here, there. So we are glad when we hear the PS actually owning up this product, and we're only hoping that all the others, when we get there, they'll be owning up the products. Our job will be to facilitate the processes of generating these accounts. The TSA is expected to increase the understanding of the tourism sector in particular and its contribution to the economy, to highlight the interlinkages between the tourism and other sectors of the economy in areas such as accommodation and food services, transport, storage, and others, because the linkages are quite immense. And notwithstanding the data challenges, people are not very good at keeping records, and it's where the challenge is. The compilation and analysis of the account made use of the available survey data for the period 2019. And being the inaugural, it is giving us a very good baseline going forward. This data that was analyzed gives a more accurate picture of the tourism sector prior to COVID-19. And as the PS mentioned, definitely there have been new developments which are on the positive promise. The benefit of this maiden TSA to the country as we worked is something that we shall hold on to. The technical assistance and support from UNECA has put us to another level with respect to the production of these tourism satellite account, but also, in general, has prepared us for the production of other satellite accounts, as I mentioned earlier. And indeed, we owe UNECA a lot of gratitude in this regard. Allow me mention that actually next week, we're expecting a team from UNECA at UBOS to discuss matters of census, population and housing census, and it just emphasizes the good partnership arrangement we have with UNECA. And wish to, that when you get back, you thank the team that you are very visible with us, and we appreciate the collaboration. But also as a consequence, we have developed a compiler's manual where we largely highlight the methodology used to compile this account. And therefore, people who wish to do further analysis or appreciation can be able to interrogate this manual. And on our part, we'll be waiting for more feedback. That can help us even improve more on the compilation of this account. And because we have data, the next version will be coming out soon. We'll not be sitting to say this is launched. We plan to get forward to use now the 2021 data to compile the new position. And once that is done, we'll definitely be getting ready with the 2023 data and also produce the subsequent one. So this is just the beginning of the work. We'll continue, and we believe this will put our tourism sector on a different trajectory. Following this dissemination, or following this launch, as the Bureau, we hope to work closely with the Ministry of Tourism to increase the uptake of the findings for policy development purposes. And for promotion of investment in tourism, and for promotion of participation in tourism. We intend to delve into deep analysis of the account and continually share the findings. As already mentioned, we'll be embarking on the production of the second TSA based on 2021 data, where we indicated the data is already available. And as we progress, we'll be able to continue generating an increased understanding of the sector through the compilation of time series data. Being a start, in terms of comparison, we don't have so much, but as we progress, we'll be able to keep showing the movements through this account. The Bureau commits to continue working closely with the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, and as much as we may have gained much, we want to mention to UNECA that we'd love to continue moving with you along this line so that later Uganda can speak to the rest of Africa as the country that has pushed this far. Largely in the compilation analysis of the total impact of tourism on the economy. We are aware of the position of tourism, and we are glad that we should be able to support government, appreciate this better, and possibly invest better in this area. It is our humble appeal, therefore, that the account, the TSA, is utilized to guide policy making that should promote and also govern the tourism sector. Evidence is now much more available. 2, investors utilize this to make appropriate investment decisions, both local and foreign, because now it will be very clear on their role and what it means for them. It is our hope that this will translate into the development of a sustainable tourism sector that creates jobs and promotes local culture and products. Once again, I wish to thank the Ministry of Tourism, UNECA, the government of Uganda, all stakeholders, and particularly our staff from the Bureau and from MUTWA, who worked technically, worked very hard to make this happen. I thank you all for coming, for God and my country. My name is Godfrey Nabongo, the Deputy Executive Director. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Godfrey Nabongo. At least now I know you won't have the mic again, so even when I didn't help you down the stairs, you won't mention it again. Mr. Godfrey Nabongo, like you mentioned, is the Deputy Executive Director of the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. And he mentioned 2 key aspects which need to be dealt with, and I think which we need to adopt continuously. That is the continuous monitoring as well as comparison. Sometimes we never want to compare against each other or against other agencies or against other countries saying, oh, we are unique, we need to look at ourselves, look at our situation. But it doesn't matter, you need to aspire, because when you compare yourself against the best, that means you're aspiring to become better than where you are. And now we are getting a much clearer understanding of what this satellite account looks like and what exactly it is actually going to enable us do. And without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, to look at the tourism satellite account and the methodological framework, how we're coming up with it, what we should expect, how it's been formulated. Allow me invite, first of all, Dr. Geoffrey Manyara, the Economic Affairs Officer from UNECA, those who have enabled us be here today. Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Geoffrey as he comes to speak about the methodology of what we are launching today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Madam PS, Mrs. Katusime, my director, Mama Keita, Deputy Executive Secretary, Mr. Godfrey Nabongo. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to give a brief overview. A lot of this has been said about the issues to do with the TSA. But just to take you through, and then we'll move on to how we came up with the Ugandan TSA. Yes, just to start, before I start the presentation, is just to say that as UNECA, we've been supporting this process. We started the process back in 2014 when we started doing the TSS for Rwanda. And I think since then we built a lot of experience. And even the phase that we got to start the Ugandan one in 2017, we did learn quite a lot that has informed the TSS that we've done so far. So since then, we've obviously we've done the TSAs for Kenya, Most recently, we did for Zanzibar, and we're continuing the process. We received a lot of requests. We're working in Namibia and also working in Ethiopia and Djibouti. So we hope that eventually we will have a combined TSA, for example, for the whole of the EAC community. I think that's the target we are having, at least for the EAC committee, and eventually for the whole of the African continent. So just look at briefly a brief introduction. I think a lot has been said, and then talk about what TSAs can do. Look at how that can inform government strategies, and then some extensions and wider uses of TSA. So I think this has been said, that looking at the tourism industry and how it's classified, it can inform the TSA, can actually help extract those key industries that are related to tourism. And also the fact that previously, I mean, tourism was hidden within other industries and so forth, and now begin to see that we have a better understanding of the tourism sector. And obviously is to look at how this can inform the measuring of the economic impacts of the tourism sector. So, but in more detail, is to look at what the TSA can do, looking at issues to do with GDP. I think this will come out in the presentations as well. Its contribution to exports, services, trade, and so forth. And also, how do we compare the tourism sector with other sectors in the economy? This is the TSS can help us do that. And more to do with the levels of national investment. Where do you invest? Where should the country invest in? Which particular areas do you want to spark tourism development? Looking at also issues to do with the balance of payments. I think this is quite important, especially when you're looking at our economies in that sense. Then obviously the tourism can help us analyze all details of goods and services in a nutshell, monitor the interface between goods and supply, and how tourism is used to interact with other economic activities. Because when tourists come to your country, they do consume certain things. The tourism creates demand in certain areas and so forth. But TSS can be used to, for example, and very importantly, inform government budgetary allocation. And why do I say this? When we were working in the ESA, for example, we did a small analysis in terms of budgetary allocation to the tourism sector. Do you know what it is for countries like Kenya, Uganda? I think we came up with something like 0.006% of the budget used to go to tourism. So I think this will give a very important tool for government to make strong justification why they need to increase budgetary allocation. I think tourism across many African countries is grossly underfunded, despite the potential that it harbors. It can address socioeconomic priorities. For example, if you want to create more employment in an economy, there are certain things you can see that can guide us in terms of where to invest, where to put money, which particular segments to invest in, and so forth. It can provide a rationale for government support, assess tourism investment needs, evaluate the extent of externalities. I think when we had the most recent pandemic, COVID, I think that's affected the tourism grossly, but a lot of member states were struggling with assessing more accurately the impacts of what the pandemic had. But those that had TSAs, as we'll see, were able to more accurately assess and more appropriately allocate government support to the most affected sectors. It can inform product development and marketing strategies. As we know, most of our countries mostly rely on our nature-based attractions, but increasingly we are seeing that investing in other areas, for example, sports tourism, urban tourism, can be areas that can actually provide more yields to our tourism sectors. So with the TSAs, then you're able to have that understanding in terms of what can guide that development. It can provide data on visitor consumption and how it's met by domestic supply and imports. And one of the things that we know about most of our tourism sectors is that despite the fact that we get revenue, we also lose a lot of money. So this can guide in terms of where you need to invest in to minimize leakages so that you're able to maximize the benefits that are accruing from tourism. So lastly, is just to give you an example. As I said, we did conduct a lot of, we've done these exercises in countries like Kenya. And the reason I'm presenting this is actually in the public domain. As you can see, Kenya was able to produce a report on the impacts of COVID-19 on the tourism sector. You can get this online. It's a public document. But that is because they had already the foundation of the TSA. So we are thinking in the case of Uganda, you should be able to conduct such analysis and so forth. The other aspect, as you may be aware, Kenya has been hosting the World Rally Championships, I think, for those guys who are interested in rallying. And so we were able to run an impact of such, because the government invested a lot of money in that, and so we're able to assess the benefits of government investments in such new initiatives that promote tourism. Because the World Rally, I think there are a lot of Ugandans that went to Kenya last year. I think the professor can tell us the number of Ugandans that traveled just to see the rally cars. So it's just to give you an example of what the TSS can be used to do. Once you have that foundation, there's so many things that you're able to run in terms of analysis. So ultimately, just in a nutshell, the TSS can be used to as a measurement of yield, distinguishing numbers and expenditure from different tourist markets. For example, you're able to assess which will be your strong markets in terms of if you want to pursue the high value, low volume concept. If you want to pursue, say, urban tourism concepts, which markets can you target and so forth. And then development indicators for the industry in terms of productivity and profitability. Again, here you're looking at investing, for example, in the case of, say you're talking about a destination like Kampala, for example, how many 5-star hotels do you need? How many 3 stars? Which of these, especially for the private sector, which of these will be more profitable and so forth? And then we'll be able to assess the role of tourism in sustainable development, looking at also providing what the TSS can do. They can provide an avenue through which we can be able to, we can actually assess not just the economic impacts, but also looking at the socio-cultural impacts, looking at also the environmental impacts. So this is a basis and a tool that can actually provide a pathway to providing more analysis in terms of the impacts of the tourism sector. And of course, enhance the role of socioeconomic development and poverty reduction across our member states. So I would just like to stop there and thank you very much. And my colleague will take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Geoffrey. That was very precise and clear on why we need the TSA and how important it's going to be. And when he spoke about product development, that struck me as much, because for tourism, it depends on the product that you are selling and how you're selling it. Are you selling all the 5 senses, or are you only selling the 2 or 3 or 1 sense that we are looking at? So a product differentiation and how you brand and package is very, very important, not only for tourism, but across board. I mean, for the marketeers, if you're a marketeer here, you definitely understand how, branding and packaging is very, very important. And like Dr. Geoffrey said, let's invite Professor Odunga without any more further ado. Professor Odunga Pius from the UNECA, who is a UNECA consultant, to also take us deeper into our satellite, our technological thinking, into the data collection and analysis that we are going to be having. And maybe very soon we'll be looking at the fruits of the TSA.
Okay, thank you. All protocol observed. I will continue with my colleague's presentation by giving an overview of the methodological framework that we used. I'll look at the 10 TSA tables that are going to be presented today. I will also look at the TSA preparation process and the references, manuals that we used. Those are the 10 TSA tables that are going to be presented. The first one measures the total expenditure from international tourism or inbound tourism to Uganda's economy. So we were able to measure this for the year 2019. Then table 2, you'll be presented with the results of domestic tourism. We were able to measure the amount spent by Ugandans traveling within the borders of Uganda for the year 2019, how much money was generated, both by same-day visitors and overnight visitors. Then in table 3, we are going to present you the outbound tourism expenditure. How much do Ugandans spend around the world, outside Uganda, for various purposes. We were able to measure how long they stay on average, how much they spend on various items, accommodation, food, as you will see, length of stay there, purpose of travel, and all this were captured in table 3. So this will be presented to you as outbound tourism. Then you will be presented with table 4, which combines table 1 and 2, that domestic expenditure and inbound expenditure. And that's what we shall be calling internal tourism expenditure or internal tourism consumption. Then you'll be presented by table 5, which is on the production accounts. And here we worked very well with UBOS, the national accounts. And this will be presented so that you see tourism-connected industries, how much they produced in the year 2019. That's for the whole economy. Then we shall take table 5 and 4. 5 is look at the supply side, and 4 is look at the demand side. So we shall bring these two tables into table 6, where we shall reconcile demand and supply, so that we are able to say accommodation output was so much in the year 2019, and the tourists consumed so much as a ratio. So we were able to calculate this for table 6, and in table 6 also, we were able to get the direct contribution of tourism to Uganda's economy. We were also were able to look at things like foreign exchange earnings and taxes, government revenue here. Then table 7 is an extension to TSA. Actually, the core TSA ends at table 6, but table 7 is an extension. We looked at employment. The supply side in table 5, we analyzed these institutions, firms, looking at how many people they employ by gender, seasonality, skills. All this will be given to you, and by earnings. And of course, as we move on, as my colleague said, we also compare with other sectors of the economy. Then table 8, we looked at the tourism gross fixed capital formation, loosely referred to as investment. Again, we made an attempt. Many countries don't do that. They don't reach table 8. I think the European Union, of all the countries in the European Union, only 3 reach that stage. Yeah. So we managed to do something with several assumptions, which we felt could work for now. But as we said, we are going to revise. The TSA is a document that should be updated every 3 to 4 years. So as we learn with experience and get more new data and improve data, we shall update this. Then table 9, we looked at tourism collective consumption. We would like to know how much tourism consumes in terms of goods and services produced collectively, or public goods. Things like security, research in tourism, mostly funded by the exchequer, the government. How much does tourism consume of that? Then table 10, the last one, looks at non-monetary indicators. Just to sum up, things like how many beds do you have, capacity in terms of rooms and usage. How did we start this? We had a preparedness mission to Uganda, as you mentioned, 2017. And from that report, we identified where the data gaps and all this. And then next, we formed the TSA committee, technical committee, whose members are here, and I think they will be presented with certificates later on. They worked with us because for us, the project is capacity building. We want to leave Uganda when you are able to do this thing on your own. That's why we believe first output was capacity building, second output was TSA. So the committee is made of various members, as you'll see, as it has been mentioned, bank, the National Bank or Central Bank, statistics, transport ministries, and all these are involved in this. You'll see membership later on. And then we had several capacity building workshops. We had workshops on demand side of tourism, very intensive workshops, inbound tourism, outbound, domestic. Each table, we had special days for it. We had workshops on supply side, whereby we looked at natural accounts of Uganda, vis-a-vis other countries, and then we were able to come up with the various indicators. Then we had workshops on employment, investment, how to measure this and compute it. And then we had also documentation. We had international manuals that we're using, but we managed to come up with manuals that are specific to Uganda. And this was documented, and is under the care or custody of the TSA Technical Committee. Then we had surveys, inbound surveys, domestic surveys, and outbound surveys, establishment surveys. All this facilitated by statistics. Then we had data collections sessions and analysis. Then we had TSA table compilations process. Way forward, after the TSA measures the direct economic contribution of tourism to the economy of our country. So in this case, we are just measuring the direct contribution. There are other contributions that we talk about, indirect contribution and induced contributions. So we have not measured the induced and indirect contributions of tourism to the economy. We have only measured the direct. Usually, this is phase one of the project. Phase two, we look at measurement of total contribution of tourism to the economy, whereby in the case of, for instance, a country like Kenya, it was around 3.7% for direct. But when you did the total contribution, it came 10.3% to GDP. So we hope Uganda, we shall have another phase for total contribution for the economy so that we complete the story. And once we have the total contribution of tourism to the economy, as my colleague said, there are other two dimensions of tourism. Apart from economic dimension, we have environmental and social. So once we finish the economic contribution, that's the total contribution, a country can move on to the environmental impacts of tourism and the social impacts of tourism. Thank you for listening to me. There's another slide I was told to add, just briefly. Where did we get this information from? The last slide, this one, I was told just to give an indication. We use the Tourism Settlement Account Recommended Methodological Framework 2008, which is the UN document. We use the International Recommendation for Tourism Statistics 2008, which is also a UN document. We use System of National Accounts 2008, a UN document. We used ISIC Revision 4, CPC, and other documents we used for reference, OECD Tourism Trends and Policies 2020, Tourism Settlement Account in Europe. We looked at all the European countries just for benchmarking. That was a 2019 edition. We looked at the Canadian Tourism Settlement Account Handbook for comparison, 2007. We looked at the UN Technical Report on a systems approach to national accounts compilation, 1999. Thank you.
That's what we call evidence-based research. Well, I loved when at the end he said, as you may be asking where we get this information from, it is not coming from us, it's definitely available. And I think I would beg us to indulge in reading some of the reports that he shared, especially from Kenya. Now, given the fact that we are also adopting the TSA and how important it will be, we want to benchmark on what other countries have done and how this has helped them. I know many of us are now waiting to find out or to know the key findings and the results of the Uganda Tourism Satellite Account Report for 2023. Looking at the aspects I was looking at, inbound tourism, looking at domestic tourism, and how we are performing, whether that's the question. That's why I asked earlier on how many of us were on vacation, whether we were on vacation in Uganda or we actually decided to be out, and what could be the reasons for those particular indicators existing at that particular point in time. And there is no better person to explain this than the statisticians themselves who keep putting figures together and numbers together. And allow me invite Mr. Ojok Dennis Rodney, who is the senior statistician with the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, to munch the numbers up for us. For those who never loved mathematics in your earlier days of school, this is life. You will find maths everywhere that you go. So Dennis, let's give him a round of applause as he gets us to know what the key indicators are and probably moving forward what we need to do.
Colleagues, good morning, and we are happy really to be with you here as we launch the findings of the tourism satellite account. I want to, on that note, thank the Uganda Bureau of Statistics for the support that they have really given us to be able to produce this. Without the Bureau, we would not be where we are today. So I really thank you, and also extend my appreciation to UNECA for the support and technical guidance in the process of developing the tourism satellite account. I will dive into my presentations. I will be presenting on the tourism demand. Like the previous presenter has already said, tourism demand consists of 4 tables, table 1 up to 4, and this is inbound, domestic, outbound, and then the internal tourism consumption. I will jump the first slides. They have already talked about them. Let's move. Let's continue. Let's continue down. Let's continue. Okay, thank you. So, let me first test the technology. But it is good. We are not used to these things, so bear with me. Thank you very much. So, there are 3 forms of tourism. One is inbound tourism. And inbound tourism consists of activities of non-residents, who we call the inbound visitors. The foreigners, when they come into the country, the activities they engage in within the country is what we call inbound tourism. And then domestic tourism comprises of activities of Ugandan residents within the territory of the country. And then outbound tourism consists of all those activities of Ugandans outside the country. So in terms of data sources for this information that we are collecting on inbound tourism, one is that we use data from arrivals and departure statistics. And this data is got from the border statistics collected from Ministry of Internal Affairs using the PISIS system at the border. So through there, we are able to get arrivals and departures by same-day visitors, by overnight visitors. We are able to get the purpose of visit. We are able to get the mode of transport, and so on. And then we also go ahead and do what they call the tourism expenditure and motivation surveys. These are annual surveys that are conducted, and basically, these help us to get aspects like expenditure. So we are able to establish what is the expenditure of a visitor per day in the country. What is the expenditure of a visitor on accommodation? How long do they spend in the country? What is the average party size? So that's what we get from the survey. So in terms of inbound tourism, that's where the data sources are. Then for domestic tourism, we get this data from the Uganda National Household Survey. We have a module that was attached on the UNHS that is focusing on domestic tourism. And from there, that's where we are able to get information on the purpose of visit of the domestic tourists, how many are they moving, where are they going, what are their expenditures per day, where do they spend their nights when they travel. So we get this information from the Uganda National Household Survey. And the most recent one was conducted in 2019. Then for outbound tourism, we work with the Bank of Uganda that collects quarterly outbound tourism surveys. And from this, we are able to establish how much Ugandans are spending outside of the country. Now, into the results, we wanted to start by showing you the numbers. In 2019, it's not very visible, but in 1983, we were receiving only 19,000 tourists in Uganda. And you can see from that graph that we have been having a steady growth in numbers, apart from 2005 and 2009, where there was an economic crisis in the country. But we can see that by 2019, we had hit 1.5 million tourists. These numbers, of course, as we all are aware, dropped in 2020, and we went to a low of about 470,000 visitors in 2020. But the good news that we have is that we are recovering, and by the end of 2022, we had received 815,000 visitors in 2022. From the study that we did, we found out that out of this 1.5 million that came in 2019, 73,000 were same-day visitors. They came on that day and left. They didn't spend the night in the country. And 1.4 million were overnight visitors. I want us to remember that visitors equals to tourists plus same-day visitors. That should be very clear. When we are talking about the number of visitors in the country, we are talking about tourists plus same-day visitors. Tourists are those people who come and spend at least a night in the country. And these inbound tourists spent about 8.3 nights in the country, and majorly, in terms of purpose of visit, the leisure visitors stayed longer than the other purposes of visit. Then visitor expenditure, like my colleague has already said, inbound tourism expenditure is expenditure of non-residents in the country. So we see that from the findings of the tourism satellite account, the visitor exports generated 4.5 trillion to Uganda's economy. This is new money that is coming into the country, forex earnings, and that is about 1.24 billion. But what is very important to note is that this is 20% of all exports in the country. This is a huge figure. That means for every 4 products that they're exporting, one of them is a tourism product. That should be very interesting to really note. 20% of total exports are from tourism. And interestingly, this is also 59% of all service exports. I think now you can see the value that tourism really brings. And in terms of these inbound visitors, they basically spent on the following: accommodation, food, air, and country-specific tourism services, like souvenirs and other things. So these are where they mostly spend their money. And we are seeing that 75.2% was spent on the first 4 items, which means that for every dollar, 75% of the money that these guys come with is spent on accommodation, food, transport, and country-specific items. This should show us that these are the areas that we really need to focus on to make sure that we build tourism. Domestic tourism. Like we said, this data was collected from UNHS, and this one we are trying to measure Ugandans traveling within their country. And in 2019, a total of 2.4 million Ugandans traveled around their country, enjoying the good stuff that we offer. And we see that majority of them, 52%, are same-day visitors. They go to the beach and they come back to their homes. Or they go to Jinja, they return back. And 47% at least spent a night in a recognized establishment. Also in terms of trips, these 2.4 million people that traveled accumulated 21.5 million trips in the country. Isn't that very interesting to talk about? 21.5 million trips spent by domestic tourists around the country. And we are seeing that same-day visitors make an average of 3 trips every 3 months. And overnight visitors at least spend 2 trips every 3 months. I think you should be asking yourself, how many trips do I conduct every 3 months? Domestic trips. Our statistics are showing us that same-day visitors, every 3 months, at least you have 3 trips. And the length of stay of our domestic tourists is about 5.1 nights. We love staying with our families. We want to go and visit friends and family and stay there long. So the average comes to about 5.1 nights. And the main purpose of domestic visitors is basically to visit friends and relatives. And then, of course, we can see spiritual visits. I think we pray a lot. So those are the numbers coming in through there. When we look at expenditure, we are seeing that earnings and revenues from domestic tourism accumulated 2.9 trillion Uganda shillings. I think you can see that tourism really has a role to play in the tourism industry. Domestic tourism has a role, an importance and contribution to the performance of tourism. 2.9 trillion. This is about 0.8 billion Uganda shillings, USD. And among these domestic tourists, 14% of that money was from day trips, and the 86% was from the overnight trips. But when you look at that diagram there, we want to understand where do these domestic tourists spend their money. And we are seeing that for every shilling that a Ugandan has, 96% of that money is spent on either transport, food, accommodation, and shopping. So transport takes the highest. 61% of every shilling of Ugandans is spent on transport. It seems we need to work on our transport. This is a lot of money that we are spending on transport. It shows that there is a gap there that we need to fill. Outbound tourism. These are Ugandans leaving the country to go and spend money outside the country. And we are saying that this data was got from the Bank of Uganda through their quarterly outbound surveys. And we see that 297,000 Ugandans left the country in the year 2019 to go and enjoy life outside for a foreign travel. And they spent an average of 4.4 nights. So, those who always go outside, how many nights do you spend there? Okay. So, we see that residents who travel outside always go for business-related purposes. That's 49%. They go for business. They go to buy, shop things and bring in the country for selling. That's what we are seeing from the data here. And others go for personal visits. Personal visits include leisure, education, training, and many other purposes. So, in terms of expenditures, of how much they are spending outside, now we are calling it imports, because this money is going outside the country. So, the imports of about 1.6 trillion were from Ugandan residents traveling overseas. And this is about 0.45 billion. This is money that is leaving our country. Our money is going to other people's country. I don't know where. And then we can see, this is where they spend the money. When they go there, we are seeing that 61% of every Ugandan shilling that these guys go with is spent on either accommodation, food, or purchase of goods. That's where the domestic outbound tourists spend their money when they go outside. Okay. Now, this brings us to what they call a tourism trade balance. And we have said that the average expenditure of international visitors, when you aggregate the expenditure of all international visitors, we get what they call the visitor exports, what is coming into the country. And we said that was 4.5 trillion, which was about 1.24 billion USD. And this is 20% of total exports. So these are the exports from tourism that are coming into the country. This is how much we are bringing in the country. And then when we look at the other aspect, there is also an import aspect, which we have talked about, outbound tourists going out. So they spent 0.45 billion USD outside the country. So we now get the exports minus imports to get what they call the tourism trade balance. We have heard of balance of trade. And what is very interesting is that when you get the tourism trade balance, that's 1.24 minus 0.45, you get what a surplus of 2.9 trillion. Aren't we happy about this? We should be clapping. Yes, as a country, we are running a balance of trade which is in deficit of 13.4 million. But tourism, interestingly, is in surplus. What does that mean? Tourism is helping to reduce the trade balance of the country. And that's why we need to really drum it so much and tell the country, tell Minister of Finance that it is only through tourism that we can bring down the deficits in the country. So those are the statistics that we can see from the TSA. Very interesting. So now we are going to the last table, table 4. And we have said this is internal tourism expenditure and internal tourism consumption. I will explain what internal tourism expenditure is. Internal tourism expenditure is basically the combination of inbound tourism and domestic tourism to get how much money is being generated within the country alone in terms of tourism. How much money is generated within the country. So we get how much foreigners are bringing in and how much domestic tourists are bringing in. And we are seeing from this graph that inbound tourism dominated internal tourism expenditure. So inbound tourism is very important, and we need to really ensure that we invest more there. So the internal tourism expenditure amounted to 7.5 trillion, which is about 2 billion USD. So 2 billion USD is generated from tourism. And we can see that the expenditure of domestic tourists accounted for 39.3%. This is not small. This is a third. So domestic tourism is equally very important. Now, when we look at internal tourism consumption, when we are measuring this, we also know that there are people who come into the country but spend money. They live with their families or with a friend. So we compute how much they would have spent had they not spent that a night with their friends. And we call that other consumption items. So when we get the internal expenditure plus other consumption items, we get internal tourism consumption. This would literally be tourism revenues within the country. How much revenues have been generated from tourism, both by domestic tourists and inbound tourists. And we are seeing that in 2019, the total tourist consumption was Uganda's shillings 7.9 billion. It means that tourism contributes US dollars 2.2 billion to the economy. That is too much. I'm not seeing people clapping. You're not excited. 2.2 billion. Okay. So we can see that actually with 2.2 billion, I think I've not heard of any sector that is contributing this. And this should really bring excitement among us. So we can see that domestic tourism also showed a significant role in generating tourism performance, 37.1%. And if we add in efforts in domestic tourism, it can even overtake inbound tourism. Because we are seeing so many Ugandans making trips, 21.5 million trips. So those are the total receipts from tourism. And the money that we get from this is spent on those items, like we have seen. So we can see that about 30% of every Ugandan, every internal tourist consumption is spent on transport, accommodation, and food. I'm finishing. Temunkowa. The spending by tourists. From the TSA, we found out that international visitors spent 10 times more than domestic tourists. 10 times. Are you seeing the importance of an international tourist? He spends 10 times You Ugandan, me and you, not you alone. And we are seeing that international visitors spent an average of 411,000 per day. This is about US dollars 111 per day. Whereas the Ugandan spends only 40,000 banangi. 40,000 per day. We are so economists. So we realize that also, due to costs of accommodation and the expenditures by domestic tourists varies between the day visitors and overnight visitors. So we see that the overnight guys spend on average 51,000. Now, I know there are people who spend a lot of money. There are big spenders in this room. But this is our average. This is 51,000. So it seems you spend 20,000 on accommodation, then food 10,000. Okay. And then the same day visitor at least spends 30,000 per day. That is according to the Uganda National Household Survey. And they spend this money very differently, by the way. We see that for every dollar or shilling spent by these tourists, by international tourists, 39% is on accommodation, 24% on food, 13% on transport. And the same thing with the domestic tourists. So in conclusion, colleagues, in 2019, total tourist consumption was USD 2.2 billion, and this resulted into the following. We were able to get visitor exports of 1.24 billion. That is 20% of total exports and 59% of service exports. We were able to get imports of 0.45 billion USD from Ugandan residents on a foreign travel. And then we are able to reduce the balance, the deficit in the balance of trade by 2.9 trillion. Domestic tourists were able to generate 0.818 billion. International visitors spent 10 times more than domestic tourism. And we are saying tourism is helping to reduce the trade balance. Thank you very much. Should I go with this?
Thank you very much, Rodney. A bigger one, once again, a bigger round of applause to Rodney. Is it that we just don't like statistics, or we are just not happy about the statistics coming through, or we still need some more coffee, right? There is still a bit more coffee that is outside, so feel free to please step out. Ladies and gentlemen, it was intentional that while at it, I needed to introduce this next distinguished person after this presentation, so that everything the presenter had was sinking in. As is, ladies and gentlemen, while we were going on about it, we were joined by the Honorable Minister, Tom Butime, who is the Minister of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. Let's give him a round of applause, sir. Thank you so much for not delegating, but entirely having the ministry here. The PS is here, the minister is here, and the ministry will still be able to run at that. No one is taking over the ministry at any point in time. But ladies and gentlemen, so who are the people who are going out? Who are those over 200,000 who are going out for your trips abroad, and that is where you're spending your money? Earlier in the morning, we decided to lie a bit, understandably so. But like Rodney clearly did mention, looking at the 4 things that are spent on, accommodation is one of those. Probably the people who we are having not spending the night is because maybe they find it a little expensive to spend a night in a Ugandan hotel, so they probably decide to go and come back, or they just want to have a road trip. But while Rodney was also presenting that, I was looking at how much we also spend on the souvenirs, which is like the 5th item. And then I was asking myself, do we have any souvenir? These are just questions to ponder about, right? Do we have a souvenir that identifies with Uganda? Yes or no? It's a discussion. Do we have a souvenir whereby if I bought that and went with it anywhere else, they would tell that it is actually a Ugandan souvenir? Do we? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe we are developing it. It's just a question to ponder about. Not to say that we are castigating ourselves, but it just speaks to having an identity. I know countries where you'll go to, and when you pick a product, someone will know, you're from Paris, or you're from this particular country, or you bought that from this African country, because there is that unique identity, that identifier of the souvenir. Maybe that's one thing that we also need to be looking at. And ladies and gentlemen, while we get a bit of the reports, I'm going to request that we stand up for just two minutes, because we've been seated for quite some time. The coffee is working on us. We had some wheat products. So I'm going to request that you ask each neighbor on your either left or right what their name is. Just their name. The simpler one. Just in case you know their name, or if you don't know their name. Okay. Are we done with knowing who your neighbor is? You never know. That's your next client, your next boss, your next supervisor. So you need to make out. So I want to believe that we already know our neighbors, right? So I am going to request that you step out of the chairs a little bit and find space where you're standing. Step out of your table and find, we're going to start with the left. You're going to write your, are we all out? So you're going to write your left neighbor's name using your foot. So if your left neighbor is Mildred, so we're going to use our left foot to write our left neighbor's name. 1, 2, 3, we start. If your neighbor had a name which has only 3 letters, you're good to go. So I'll write my name. Use your left to write your neighbor's name. I am not seeing people writing. I am not seeing people. Use your left. Some people are saying, I am not left-handed. Okay, some have failed. Okay, use the right to write your right neighbor's name. The neighbor on your right, use your right leg to write their name. Some people are writing in space. Women, don't attempt to write in space. Have we finished? But there is cheating in this room, a lot of cheating. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get seated for our next presenter. Thank you so much, and I hope that we are picking up a lot of lessons from the presentations that we are getting about tourism. And for me, if there is anything else that you can forget, we can't forget the fact that Rodney mentioned in his presentation, that if there is any sector that is going to help us balance our trade deficit, that is tourism. And like I said already, it is still the sector that gives us the greatest in terms of numbers, contributing to our foreign exchange, in terms of our reserves for the country, tourism. And that is why I saw the minister putting up a very spirited fight, and I was very, very much behind you, Honorable Butime, when you're in Parliament and there were discussions about slashing your budget by almost 50%. I said we must be thinking 2 steps forward and 5 steps backward if we want to cut the budget of tourism with all the potential that it has. Without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite Mr. Aliziki Kauda-Lubega, Miss Aliziki Kauda-Lubega, who is the Director, Macroeconomic Statistics at UBOS. Yeah, the lady of numbers. You think there is gender balance, I am loving, in even the presenters. We'll be looking at the findings and results of the report 2023. What we had earlier on was 2019, and probably some of us were starting to count 2019, 2020, 21. What has happened over those years? Ms. Kauda, please, let's give her a round of applause as we get to know what's current as we are.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, the PS, the dignitaries, different dignitaries, all protocol observed. Mine is simple. I'm just going to give the findings. But first of all, I would like to thank the team, because I'm standing here to give results that the technical team has put together for us. And that is the reason we are here. So the technical team, as it will be recognized, this is what they put together, and it is the tourism satellite account for Uganda. I thank the consultants, because the team has been engaged for a number of meetings, technical meetings, to be able to put together these results. And on your behalf, members, I'm going to present the findings. Can someone test for me? Okay, thank you. The presentation, like it has been given in the previous presentations, they presented what comes from the demand side. And so if we are to reconcile, we must also present what comes from the supply side. And that is what makes the complete tourism satellite account on the direct contribution. So I will be looking at the reconciliation of tourism demand and supply, tourism employment, tourism collective consumption, tourism gross fixed capital formation, then the monetary tables that give us only numbers, and then the conclusion and the way forward. It takes long. I don't know whether I'm not doing the right thing. Just to give you where this information is coming from, of course, it has already been presented. For example, for me, I'm starting from production table, that is number 5. And the source here, we are getting this information from the side of national accounts. And this information comes on an annual basis. It is compiled by Uganda Bureau of Statistics. Then we have the table 6, that is the one that is combining table 4 and table 5 to have the demand and supply. And this one is put together by Uganda Bureau of Statistics and the ministry. Table 7, which is on employment of tourism industry. We pick this information from the Manpower Survey, and it's done by UBOS. And what we should know that these data sources have a time schedule. And we know that some of them are actually biannual, some of them come after 3 years, some of them are compiled on a quarterly basis, like what is got from Bank of Uganda. We have table 6, table 8 that presents tourism gross fixed capital formation of the tourism industry and the other industries. This one we can get it on quarterly as well as on an annual basis. Then the tourism collective consumption we get from the administrative data from the different ministries and departments. So we go to these ministries, Finance, UBOS, Bank of Uganda, and Ministry of Tourism. Then the last one is table 10 that presents on monetary indicators. That is where you just have a feel of numbers. How many trips, how many numbers, jobs, how many, people employed in the tourism industry. I don't know. Am I a poor user? Oh. Thank you. So the production account for tourism industry. Here when we're talking about tourism output, we normally have to get the total gross output of a tourism industry. And for that, we must lessen. We remove the consumption, that is the inputs into the industry, and then we get the gross value added for each of the tourism industry. And this is now what is going to lead us to the contribution of the tourism industry, of what it is contributing, adding to the economy. The gross value added, for example, when you look at that graph, we had a gross output of 10 trillion Uganda shillings. And we see that there was an intermediate consumption, that are inputs that are used within the tourism industry of 3.8 trillion. And when you remove that, you get a gross value added of 6.2 trillion for the tourism industry for the year 2019. Here, when you are looking at tourism industry, we have a number of sectors. Allow me, first of all, to go back to, Have I mixed it up? How do I go back here, please? The small one. Yes, the one below, but when I press it, it just goes forward. Okay. Fine. Thank you. I wanted to get back to this because when I was helped here, we jumped some of the activities, the sectors of tourism for which we are compiling the contribution of tourism. So I wanted us to see that in this total, in this table, you can see the supply of tourism products in the economy. We are looking at the accommodation services, food and beverages, transport that is for rail, road, water, air, then transport equipments, travel agencies, cultural services, sports and recreation services, and then we have, those are the 10 tables that we compile, and then we have the country-specific characteristics for the goods that are supplied by the country with relation to tourism. So I wanted us to see this table because where we are going, we shall be relating to the table. That's why I had to run back. Now, when you look at this, we are now looking at the tourism industry components. Tourism industry gross value added, you can see that accommodation services actually contributed the highest to the tourism industry, that is 33.8%, giving us 2.1 trillion Uganda shillings, and this was followed by the food and beverages, the contribution of tourism in that sector, that is 28.8%, contributing Uganda shillings of 1.8 trillion. That of air and road transport was at 27.9%, contributing 1.7 trillion Uganda shillings. So within this industry, the highest contributor was accommodation, as you can see from the graph, and that is contributing to the total value added. The reconciliation of demand and supply, as derived from the two tables, that is table 4 and table 5, you can see that we are showing you the demand for tourism. Demand means that the tourists are actually demanding these services. Then the supply means that the supplier, the people who are producing in response to the tourists to be able to spend what they are going to use. And this one, we do it to compare the tourism sector contribution within the entire economy. And that's why the consultant actually told us that to be able to get the full picture, we must now look at the demand side and the supply side. So we use the systems of national accounts to be able to look at the entire economy. So what are the key findings? When this was done and we reconciled, the key finding is that our tourism, as we talk at that time of 2019 reference period, our direct contribution of tourism to GDP is measured, is at 3.6%. And in monetary terms, the tourism sector was estimated to contribute 5.1% trillion, and this compares to the total GDP of our country of 139.9 trillion in the year 2019. This, when you less off the taxes and subsidies, you get the gross value added. What is that contribution of tourism, less the taxes and subsidies? And the value added in the tourism industry was estimated at 4.8 trillion in 2019. The tourism sector contribution, the tourism sector also contributed 2.6% to the total taxes on products. What does it mean? The country is looking for taxes, meaning that the tourism sector also is providing some percentage of the tax for our country to be able to run the overhead costs that are incurred by government, which is standing at a percentage of 2.6%. The tables below, we are just showing what actually our gross output is in relation to the tourism internal consumption. That means internal tourism consumption, you know that is a combination of inbound and domestic. So this is the representation of our tourism in the country. The tourism sector, when you compare it with the other sectors within the total economy, that is the gross domestic product for which we compile, as you see from that picture, you can find that this tourism sector is larger, than most of the activities. For example, I've tried to indicate in red color. You find that this is larger than the cash crop. For example, if you're targeting the cash crops as being one that is contributing, the tourism sector should also come in handy. If you're looking at transport and storage, the tourism sector is contributing actually more than the transport and storage, meaning that it should be targeted. If you look at human health and social work activities, the tourism sector still is over there contributing more than some of those sectors in the total economy. That is according to national accounts. Supply to tourism. Here, supply to tourism was estimated at 7.99 trillion of the total supply of 209.7 trillion in the economy. This represented a 3.8% of the total domestic supply. What do we mean? What is supplied within the economy? So other sectors that are contributing, and the supply that is supplied because tourists have to consume, it is actually taking a 3.8%. So it is that important. And when you look at the industries within, you find that the cultural industry actually, 96% was supplied to be consumed by the tourists. So the cultural industry supplied 96%. Air and road transport actually output was consumed by tourists. That is 85.1%. And 72.4% of accommodation services were consumed actually by tourists. So the tourism industry is doing that great work to make sure that what is supplied is also consumed, so making its big contribution. And when you look down, we are just trying to show the percentages, though I selected some of those which are performing highly. Tourism value added. Tourism value addition was estimated at 4.8 trillion of total value added of 129.9 trillion in 2019, and this represented a 3.7%. And which actually sector added most value to the total economy in relation to tourism? We find out that accommodation services contributed the highest of 31.8% to the tourism gross value added, followed by air and road passenger transport services that registered 30.7%. Then food and beverages services contributed 21.3%. Cultural services actually contributed here in value addition, contributed only 3.1%. And these and other figures are given in the table. Findings on macroeconomic indicators. When you talk about tourism, there are those indicators that where they require you to have ratios to, for example, GDP to the level of export. The last presenter actually was telling us how much we are getting in terms of export with regard in relation to tourism, in regard to goods and services in the tourism industry. And here you can see, if you are asked to give an indicator, these are 13 in number. So the indicator inbound tourism expenditure over GDP, if it is required, its total contribution, actually, the second column, that second column there, that second column is the inbound. For example, inbound tourism, it gives what we are talking about as the first statement. Then in millions is what it is, the ratio, what we take it over. And then this is the percentage showing that that is the contribution. For example, inbound tourism expenditure over GDP for 2019 actually represented a 3.3%. When, if you look at inbound, for example, tourism expenditure over export of goods, it had a 30.2 representation, 0.2 That is the ratio that we are taking. So these are macroeconomic indicators that are normally required to be able to make good policies for the tourism sector. And they are all now, we are able to produce them because the satellite account has been put together, so they can be referred to. About tourism employment, here we are talking about what the tourism sector, the people, you know, employment it offers. We could say number of jobs, but how many, you know, how many people are going to be employed within the tourism sector? We talk about a total of 10.6 million persons, that is in total employment. But when you look at the tourism industry, it represents a 1.6 million persons. This takes 14.7%. This percentage of employment is directly involved in the tourism industry in Uganda. And so we are saying that the tourism industry in 2019 provided jobs jobs for around 1.6 million persons who are directly, this is unequivalent, sorry about that, but it is 14.7, the change of figures there. It is 14.7, that is what we represented in regard to employment. And we are saying that we are targeting sectors to make sure that we get employment for our youth. So if we can target this, meaning if in 2019 it was representing 14.7%, how about now if we targeted the tourism industry with the comeback of the economy? We might be contributing more than what people might not even think of. So the top contributors to employment in tourism, here we found that it is food, transport, and cultural industry, whereby when you look at food and beverages, 8 in every 10 workers employed in tourism are actually within the food and beverage serving. And then you find that also 7.8% they are found in passenger transport, 5.2% in cultural accommodation had registered 3.8% as a contributor to tourism. That is in employment, people within that sector of tourism. Going forward, when you look at the numbers of persons that are directly employed in the industry and then the status in employment, you find that within the tourism industry, we have most of it self-employed. Okay, sorry. Most of the people are self-employed, and 52.6% actually, these are self-employed within the tourism industry. And so we are looking at where we are telling our people that we should look for self-employment. I think tourism is the right sector to target because we are seeing over 50% of the people in there are self-employed. So this one is also a good one. When you look at the food and services industry, which consists of cafes, restaurants, takeaways, and clubs, you find that the industry provided employment to 1.3 million persons in this industry, and this is also very big. So 2/3 of tourism jobs are measured in food and beverage serving services. Looking at the gender perspective, tourism employment by gender, I always don't want to say by sex, but by gender. In 2019, we realized that 1.1 million persons were females who were employed in the tourism industry, and this represented 68% of those people directly employed in the tourism industry. However, when you look at the graph on the right, you see that the males are dominant, but on average, we are seeing that the females are actually more employed in that tourism industry. Yes, we look at the hours that are taken, spent by the persons employed in tourism industry per week. by gender and industry of employment. Industry of employment, they are the ones that we've listed: accommodation, food, transport, culture, industry. So, on average, persons employed directly in the informal tourism industry spend 57 hours at work compared to those in the formal industry who spend 42 hours on a weekly basis. And here we've categorized formal and informal. It is very interesting. You'll note that when you look at this information, the tourism sector actually has more informal employment than formal. On average, when you look at the monthly earnings paid for employees in the formal industry by sex and type of earnings, on average, the monthly pay for employees in the tourism industry, we estimated it at 145,000, and that is net. And this compares to the gross that is estimated at 179,000 in 2019. Investment, tourism investment. Tourism investment, the private people invest in tourism as well as government. So you find what is that component that government invests. And this one is going to help us to know whether government should invest more in this tourism industry with regard to its contribution. The Uganda's total investment in 2019 was estimated at 33.8 trillion. But the direct contribution for tourism, which was at 6.4 Uganda shillings trillion, was estimated at 19%. So the representation, the investment in tourism, the investment in the country, the overall investment in the country, tourism represents 19% of that, which is a very big percentage. Yeah, when you look at this table, you can see the different sectors in the tourism industry, accommodation, for example. Then the tourism, when you look at the tourism gross fixed capital formation, and then the other. So we are giving a component of what tourism, the share is, in terms of shillings, trillions, and then what the share of others which are not attributed to tourism. And then we give you a total gross fixed capital formation. That is the investment within the country. And we are giving a share that if you invest in accommodation for visitors, it will have a contribution to tourism of 35.7%. And if you invested in passenger transport for equipment for tourism purpose, a contribution to that investment within the economy will have a share of 39.6%. So you can see, and in totality, that is where we have the 19% over the overall, this is the total investment, and is subject to the tourism investment, where we get the totals. So tourism is contributing a lot to our investment in the country. Total investment, this one I've already explained from up. I was giving the figures, and talking about collective consumption. Collective consumption, all of us, when it is collective, it is more or less like communal. In a community, because of tourism, there are certain things which will be consumed by the whole community. And this, the total collective consumption, this was largely related to tourism. It was estimated at 903.34 billion, representing a 2.41% of the total collective consumption in the country, in Uganda. This expenditure, first of all, when you look at this, the collective consumption from expenditure by central government, because largely for collective consumption it has to be central government. It's the one that puts in most. The central government actually contributed 903.11 billion, and only 220 million was contributed by the local level governments. So we are looking at the overall collective consumption, what the government contributes and the local government, because tourism is within our communities, which are also governed by local government, but taken overall by the central government. So the highest expenditure for tourism-related consumption majorly is on public administrative services, and this one contributed 78.1% of the total collective consumption, collective tourism consumption. The consumption of tourism promotion services contributed 20.83%, and this was 188.16 billion Uganda shillings. Talking about the non-monetary indicators, what we are talking about is monetary. You value the production and what is supplied. But the non-monetary, these are just numbers, indicators. And the last presenter actually was telling us that you should clap. If Ugandans are actually, many of them are actually tourists within. And also the moderator was asking, how many of us have been moving around? So you can see where you have your domestic, overnight, excursions, and you realize that when you look at numbers, which is a non-monetary indicator, just giving number of trips and overnights by form of tourism and class of visitors. According to our results, majority of trips and overnights were in domestic, which are these. You can see, these are overnights and then the trips there. Again, when you look at the respective categories, whether it is inbound or outbound, you find that close to 580,000 inbound visitors. That is 35.8% traveled by air through scheduled flights. The rest of the inbound visitors, that is actually 64.2%, were reported to have used the road. So which is the main mode? What do we have to target? Where do we have to look so that we bring in more, tourists? Inbound, we are talking about international. What do they need? That is what we have to do. So these figures can talk, but when you look at them, you are able to direct the decisions. Uganda, first of all, for that survey of 2019, we estimated a number of accommodation establishment. Accommodation is, this is where people go and sleep. Hotels, lodges, motels, and they were estimated at 16,465. And when you look at this, I just wanted to bring in something that is interesting down here. Down here, this table, where we are talking about number of establishments and capacity by type of accommodation. You realize that we had the capacity. These are the total number of establishments. Then we had the capacity of rooms. For example, 255,203. The capacity of beds, 270,252. But the capacity utilization of the rooms is just at 52%. What do we want to do? The tourism industry, I think there is need to be supportive that now we should have a utilization capacity of 90%, for example, 70. So I think these numbers, they need to be looked at and supported for the tourism sector to be able to contribute more to GDP. When you look at the number of beds, still the percentage is, very small. It is below 50%. What do we need to see? Provide the beddings, provide the rooms in these areas so that, incite people to make sure that they can use these bedrooms and the rooms so that we can contribute to the economy. Okay. Here, what is interesting is that you find that most of the employment that is offered in the sectors of the tourism industry, most people employ 1 to 4. Most people employ 1 to 4 persons. So on average, meaning that they employ between 1 to 4, meaning that 85.7% is representative of that. What do you want to see? Don't we want to see those industries in tourism employing 20 to 29 or 100? So meaning that if we are to target increasing of employment and jobs, we are seeing there is a challenge here. a total of 15,856 tourism establishments were reported, with a majority employing an average of between 1 to 4 workers. We want to increase the number of people employed. So what do? We must target this tourism sector. In summary, in 2019, I want to keep this. Let it, in 2019, we see that, I'll start with the very last one, the direct tourism contribution to GDP. We estimated it at 3.6%. Excuse me? I'm sorry for that, but I think they projected the wrong one. That's why I'm getting... I'm sorry about that. I just wanted to have this as a take-home. The direct contribution to GDP, that is direct tourism contribution to GDP, was estimated at 3.6%. And the tourism sector contribution to total tax on products is recorded at 2.6%. Also, we've noted in the presentation that 2 in 10 Ugandans are employed in the tourism sector. Tourism is an industry with high self-employed, and we are seeing that majorly the females are employed in the tourism sector. Tourism is an industry with a large informal sector. 2/3 of tourism employment are in food and beverages serving services. And also we've seen that in our results, 19.0% of the total investment in the economy, that is on gross fixed capital formation, was for tourism industry. And therefore, we are also saying that the total collective consumption largely related to tourism was 2.4% of the total collective consumption in Uganda. That is what I wanted to bring forward. I think the person who got my presentation didn't do me good service. And in my way forward, I said that we shall be publishing the tourism sector satellite accounts on a biannual basis, much as the consultant has recommended, of course, with your support, that it requires 3 to 4 years. Here, we are saying that where we have data available, because we are relying on survey information, where we have the 2021 going forward, we should not let our country down. We are going to advance and proceed with the production of the next tourism and satellite accounts, basing on what we have. In addition to that, in my way forward, we are saying that we are going to engage with the stakeholders to provide the data that is required on a regular basis, because these are coming from different MDAs and ministries. So, and on top of that, we would like to lobby that we get more funding for these activities. The consultant has already said that to have the total tourism sector account complete, we must have the direct, indirect, and the implied. So we should all bring all these together, and that is the way forward for God and my country.
Bigger round of applause for Ms. Kauda. I mean, she's made sure that we get to understand these and get to see how they can be implemented. And, you know, every time I get caught up by something about the presentation, everything looks lovely, everything is very insightful. But, you know, I was looking at the fact that we have about 2.4 million, you know, domestic visitors, as Rodney earlier on said. But when Ms. Kauda comes in and talks about room capacity utilization being at only about 52%, and then I get to think about still what Rodney said, that most of us visit, probably stay a day and come back. We are not spending the night. The international tourists are spending about 10 times more than ourselves. But when we go abroad, we spend 4 nights, right? So I am thinking, what is the mathematics? What is the science around there that we actually need to be dealing with? Because what then would be the idea of let's construct these hotels, 5-star, 3-star, and room capacity utilization is only half? No investor would want to do that. And also it means that if there is no investment in that aspect, which is one that among the top 4, that take up the expenditure, there are forward and backward linkages, and I think this will be very great insights and discussions that we'll be getting into as we go into our plenary discussion. But before we get to our plenary discussion, for the Omuntu Wawansi, these have been so many figures. Very understandable, but someone says, Kati olwo government bijikwatirako waki kyebeekola. That is the questioning of Omuntu Wawansi. What does this mean holistically, even for me who is in the village? Because while we're talking about tourism, I love the aspect of community tourism, engaging the communities. Let these people get to understand what it means to be a part of the entire value chain, as opposed to just seeing Bazungu and they come buy a few crafts and a few fruits from them and it is a done deal. How do they get to engage community-wise? And also, what does this mean for policy interventions? And there is no better person to delve into this discussion, sort of what I would call a critique, but not really not criticizing, I said critique. What do we need to do? What are the indicators? How do we need to balance up with them? Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Dr. Jim Oyerechire from Makerere University. The scholars are now coming to us that we've done all this research and the numbers, but what exactly is on ground? A bigger round of applause for him.
Thank you very much, Mildred, the Minister and the Director and the PS, all protocol observed. So I hope she has said the scholars are coming in. Sometimes the scholars make things worse, but I hope this one we shall try to make it much, much better. So I'm coming in from the policy perspective. We have seen the figures. We have seen the contributions. So what does this inform us, especially on the way forward? I just will summarize it in very few slides. I know there is a panel discussion. We can later on engage more into that. So we have this big industry now that we understand, the tourism and hospitality industry. We have had now a good overview of what this industry actually entails. And we know that we have had the sector is mainly led, or it's public sector led. So we have the public sector, which are the government organs. They are the ones who come in now to drive this industry. And mainly the public sector, the ministry, and all these other organizations and the MDAs, they are coming in through policy, then the planning, and then regulations. Then tourism we have always been emphasizing that tourism is private sector driven. And I think these are things we can interrogate later at detail at another level. Because I think that's where now we need to understand how TSA actually fits within the whole of these issues. Private sector driven. So how does the private sector now drive? You're talking drives through investment. They are the ones that develop products. They are the ones that now even run the operations, the day-to-day operations of the whole sector. But you cannot mention about tourism unless these two come together. So it means the public sector must lead, then the private sector should also drive, and they should all drive in the same direction in order for these synergies to come out to have an impact. But most importantly is the data now, that the public sector will not be able to lead effectively or the private sector to drive effectively if actually this data is not available. And to me, that's where now the TSA comes in. So the TSA now is providing a platform where all this takes place. It is providing a platform where Now all the impacts and the data is well understood, and therefore each of the stakeholders now knows what to do. So I think from that angle, then it should be, how is this TSA helping us to make better policies? Or what policies are required to actually improve on the tourism industry? I can just give an example. It has been noted that in the domestic tourism, the domestic tourist spends around 61% of the money on transport. Then it means there is an issue there. How much, why should I spend more money on the transport? So it means if this transport is made easier, then more people would be able to travel. Yet remember, these are day visitors. They have to go and come back, as we have seen. So if the transport is poor, then means they will be able to spend less. So how can this TSA help us to make better plans? How can the TSA help better regulations? What needs to be regulated? Investment. Which areas of investment should be targeted in order for the tourism industry to even produce more? As she was mentioning, you are having most of the tourism enterprises are SMEs. It means 1 to 4 people. So how do you improve this small restaurant from employing 4 people in order to employing 6 or 10 people? And all these are aspects that later on fit within the whole picture. So the TSA, to me, is a vehicle. It is a tool that you can use to develop your tourism. But it is a tool, or it is a living organism. As we say, TSA is a living document. This is a living document that survives on data. Its food is data. So what is even the quality of the data that we are inputting into the TSA? I think that one is also very critical. As we say, this is a good step. It is a first step, it's a first TSA, and therefore more and more can be improved. So we need also to start looking deeper into these different data sets and how more accurate we can be able to make these data sets so that they can be able to inform more of the policy. But obviously, tourism does not exist as a vacuum. It exists within the general economy. So how does tourism relate with the general economy? What is the role of tourism? Or how does the general economy also influence on tourism? So I was just giving that overview so that we understand these interlinkages and actually the role that the TSA should play. And therefore, TSA should be a document that is used by various organs to actually even make the industry develop more. And I'm just running a brief summary of these implications. As you say, now we have seen the figures. Most of them quite impressive. So how does now TSA help us to drive tourism better? And we have mentioned about tourism as a driver of the national economy. The good thing, TSA has been able now to give us a very good position. How is tourism positioned within the economy? How is it helping to reduce on the deficit? What is it contributing to employment? And this would be very good even for the lobbying, as we were saying. How much money is tourism generating? Therefore, how much more is needed from tourism to develop? So the position of tourism in the economy is now a bit more clearer, and therefore the role tourism can play within this economy will even be much better. The impact. There's sometimes always like the figures. Somebody was asking, why aren't the people clapping? And somebody made a comment, maybe people are seeing figures and they are not feeling them. So it means these figures must even be felt. If you tell somebody that gorilla tourism is bringing in this much money, the person should be able to feel the money. And that's why this impact, we must also look at it from even a regional is generating nearly 60% of all the money we get from tourism. So if you walked through Bwindi and ask the people in the village, how is tourism? Do they feel it? Do they actually feel that the gorillas are bringing in more money? Yes, a lot has been done, revenue sharing and the rest, but we think more can actually be done. So tourism may not only be about the figures we read, people should actually be able to feel those figures in terms of the impacts. And that's what the TSA can actually be able to do. As the previous speakers have mentioned, that TSA does not only measure the economic, but it can also be able to measure the environmental and social impacts. And I think that's very great, especially from the policy perspective in terms of greening of tourism. Now with the climate change, with all the other impacts that, the changes that are happening, TSA gives us an opportunity to now have clear figures on the greening of tourism. So it means now we can be able to calculate how much does tourism contribute to environmental conservation? How much does tourism contribute to ecosystem services? How much does tourism contribute to offsetting the carbon that we have? So this provides a good platform now on which we can engage more, and especially, we all know that Uganda, among the different countries we have, Uganda has that very big opportunity as an ecotourism destination, as a destination which can actually outcompete others in terms of green tourism. Then this has already been mentioned that now with the TSA you can be able to compare Uganda with regional integration, with the East African community. Now it means Uganda can be able now to engage meaningfully with other countries in terms of how they can contribute to how tourism can actually be improved even within the whole region, because now the sectors are all well mapped up and the contributions are mapped up. So this TSA would help to build further the regional integration agenda. But importantly also is that a TSA has been made for the whole country. But TSAs can even be made for particular areas, regions. And in our tourism master plan, we have the tourism development areas. Because this will enable us to understand these trillions and billions we have mentioned about, how are they spread across Uganda? Where is this money actually going, or where is it being spent? Is it being spent in one area and therefore having more impacts in that area than other areas? So it would be good to also look at the spatial distribution of this money and the development of the sector. Obviously, we know that in Uganda, most of the tourist attractions and flow has mainly been to the western side, where you have most of the national parks. But what about the other areas? How do we ensure that these billions coming in are actually equally spread and therefore people are all benefiting? If it's employment, yes, we are having tourism getting employed. How is this employment spread across the different areas, and how can these areas which are underserved, so to say, also be able to benefit from tourism? And TSA can even be cascaded further to understand the different sectors. So it means you can be able to say, what is the total contribution of, let's say, cultural tourism? And therefore you can be able to dig deeper into cultural tourism. Or MICE is the meetings, conferences, and events. When you host a big meeting, what impact does it have on the economy, and how many people get employed? How many people we get that one? So this one helps a lot to be able to plan even for those other subsectors. And I think this is where now we should be looking at that, yes, we have the bigger picture, which is good, but now we also now start digging out the specific subsectors and saying, now we wish to develop conference tourism. Now we wish to develop sports tourism. So you can even have a TSA for that sports sector and understand how it moves and the contribution, therefore it is able to make. And this will help us to plan better. And I think this is where we even need now the capacity. We need even to improve now or to enhance the capacity even of the local governments. We know that now most local governments are taking up tourism. They are employing tourism officers, and the tourism is slowly and steadily coming into the agenda of development at the district level. But you also need these officers now to understand what data to collect, and therefore how this data can also help them to plan for their specific areas. And we can even begin with the pilot. I know we have designated Fort Portal City as our tourism city. But whoever you ask, what is this tourism city thing? It is still hanging. Yeah? And I think TSA now gives us an opportunity to actually pinpoint and say, as a region, we can even see what's the contribution of tourism to employment, for example, in Fort Portal? What's the contribution to how many people are coming in and all this? So TSA gives us, it's a very good vehicle, but actually it's a vehicle that has to be fed. It's a vehicle that has to be given the correct data to actually give you the correct outputs for you to be able to make decisions. We have talked about product development. Earlier on, they talked about product development and matching. We have seen, for example, domestic tourists. And this is an area that has not been having a lot of data. Where do people go? Where do the domestic people go? So the TSA is giving us an opportunity to understand where are the domestic people going and what are they actually going to do. I was part of this committee because part of the arguments were, if I go for a wedding in Tororo, am I a tourist or am I a visitor? Am I spending? And say, yes, so long as you're actually getting out of your area of usual residence. And actually, I think we even had to define, what do you call my usual area of residence? Is it my home? Is it my LC2, my LC? And I think it was eventually agreed that maybe at the district, if you get out of your district and go to another district, and obviously you are using facilities and spending within that economy, so that will help us to even plan better, to help us to even capture more data maybe that is not being captured, and maybe even more expenditure. So anyway, the point I'm making is the products. What makes people move? And are the aspects that attract domestic tourists, are they the same that are similar to the international tourists? And maybe you may find, maybe it may not be the case. With the support from UNECA, and we thank them very much, we have just concluded a study on urban tourism. That, for example, would somebody move here to Gulu, my interest is to look at Gulu town and know what is within Gulu as an attraction. But the question is, when I get to Gulu, somebody saying, Mildred was saying, we're only spending 2 nights. But the question, if I get to Gulu, how many nights, what will I do for the rest of the week if I'm within Gulu city? So it means we need to plan ahead to know that if I go to Gulu city, then there are things that will keep me busy, and that's how tourists are able to spend, because they spend on activities, they spend on a number of other issues. So this one gives us a good understanding on products. How can we even develop products that can be able to increase spending other than only maybe particular products, and how do we match them with the market? Lastly, research and development. I think the TSA offers us a good opportunity to sit and actually do more research into, like all these other aspects I was mentioning about. The products, what products are we looking at? What markets are we looking at? How can we have people move? We talk about sports tourism. I think there is a good opportunity to study, for example, we have seen the Fufa drum. I don't know how many of you have followed the Fufa drum, Lango versus Bunyoro versus Ankole. And people are moving across. So how can that actually be a point of even increasing more people's interest in tourism and how they can be able to offer more opportunities within tourism. In all, I would like to congratulate the Minister of Tourism, Wobos, and INECA for this, giving Uganda this opportunity to have this TSA, because to me, the discussion now is going to begin. We have seen the figures, but now the question, as people who are managing tourism, whether private sector, whether the public sector, how can we be able to sit together now and benefit from these figures? How do you benefit from the figures that have been read? And how do they inform more planning and improving the sector, so that this sector can generate more economic, environmental, and social positive impacts, and how these can actually trickle down to improve the welfare of the person on the street of Kampala, how it can improve the welfare of the person who's just staying next to a national park, how they can improve on the livelihood of a person who is staying on a road where maybe tourists are passing. And this has been a famous quote in management, that you cannot manage what you don't measure. And since TSA now has enabled us to measure, therefore, how can now we be able to manage better the tourism industry, and how can this now contribute to the development and tourism becoming a tool for socio-economic transformation, as it's indicated in the National Development Plan and in the Vision 2040. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
As simple as it was, and you didn't make it worse, as you said earlier, as the scholar. Thank you very much, Dr. Jim. Let's give him another round of applause. I think that was very simple. It was straight to the point. And I loved when he mentioned that we can actually be able to use TSAs and develop them for particular sectors, subsectors of the tourism, even the region. I agree with you. If you ask me, okay, if you go to Gulu, what do you want to do there if you're told to spend 2 weeks? Yes, there could be some aspects to do, not to say that there is nothing at all. But will it be able to take up all that time that you are spending in that particular area? Also, as is now, like I was saying earlier on, the reason I vouch for, let me say, cultural tourism or culinary tourism is because each and every region of Uganda has its own unique identifier. It has its own difference when it comes to the culture. And if we are going to sell that, then we won't be able to say every tourist is going to the western side, because that's where the national parks are. Because we not only have national parks to sell, there is a lot more to Uganda. In one of the weeks during independence, we normally celebrate Uganda the 1 week towards independence, and there was a discussion of just profiling Uganda's culture. And we agreed as a newsroom that we don't have all that time. Why? Because you needed to have like an entire year of an entire bulletin taken up by just talking about Uganda's culture. That is how diverse we are. And we need to also take advantage of that sort of diversity. So ladies and gentlemen, we still have tea outside, by the way. That's an announcement I need to continue to make. Keep sipping on Ugandan coffee. I hope there is Ugandan coffee outside. If not, Honorable Tom Butime, I think here we will have to have some other issues and discussions. I also want to continue going to hotels and sip Ugandan coffee, not any other brands, or at least let's have that brand and Ugandan coffee. If we're talking about tourism, because it wouldn't make sense, we are talking about tourism here and we are promoting other brands, yet we have our own brands at the same time. So we're going to go into our panel discussion, and I am going to invite the senior panel moderator to come and take on this one. It's going to be as interactive, so if you've kept some questions during the presentations, if you want to fire Rodney some very, very good questions, or Ms. Kauda here, who presented some very interesting statistics coming through, and how we can be able to munch those up, and what also of course Dr. Jim did, how we can be able to incorporate this in our day-to-day. Clear things that we have a surplus when it comes to tourism. Clear thing is that we are, it's one of the biggest, contributors to our economy, and we cannot doubt that. Clear thing, it gives us as much foreign exchange as we need. So what more? to discuss about tourism than only promoting it, not what we've seen in the recent past. And by the way, I normally love to say that tourism is a job of each and every one of us. We're not going to leave it to Dr. Tom Butime. We're not going to leave it to Ms. Katsime. We're not going to leave it to Uganda Tourism Board or whatever. It is each and every one of us. And this is where we start, including us in the media. What kind of stories are we selling? What kind of energy are we putting out? Are we representing Uganda as only having a lot of negativity happening? That is where it starts. I love to say I've traveled to some of these countries. They also have their problems. But do they keep pushing them out as much better than the good things that they do have? Of course not. So it's everyone's responsibility for us to take on. So ladies and gentlemen, to get to have our next panel, allow me invite our moderator for this panel session, who is none other than Mr. Daniel Lutaya. Let's give him a round of applause, a senior journalist and moderator who will be taking us through the panel, and we'll have a bit of the plenary before we can get to have our keynote address and get to officially close off our event.
Hello. How is everybody? Good afternoon. Hey, it were tourism people and statisticians and journalists. You're quite cold. Have you taken some coffee or tea? Good afternoon. How are you? Now, we are going to be talking. The panel discussion is very interesting because everybody is going to now get an opportunity to speak, isn't it? We've heard from the people who know these things, a lot of statistics here, data, a lot of English. I know some of my people the other side, somewhere. We're now going to try and break that down so everybody can get it. And I'm glad to be here. My name is Daniel Lutaya. Let me invite the panelists, and then we can get right into the conversation. An interesting conversation, this one, because I believe I'm a tourist myself, at least according to Dr. Jim Ayorekire from Makerere University. I am also a tourist because I went to Tororo to get my wife. So I think that makes me, right? That's what he said, isn't it? Or maybe he was asking if I should also qualify to be a tourist. Because we went there, we got our cows from here, we went and spent there, isn't it? We gave them cows, we gave them, a lot of things. Clothes, food, pineapples, tomatoes, everything. So maybe we should also be counted, but we'll have that conversation with the experts. Let me invite Professor Odunga Pius from the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Let's have a round of applause for Professor Pius Odunga. As Professor Odunga comes, he will be closely followed by Mr. Ojok Dennis Rodney, Senior Statistician, Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. You are welcome, Mr. Ojok Dennis and Professor. And then those two will be followed by Miss Aliziki Kauda Lubega, the Director of Macroeconomic Statistics at the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. You're welcome. I cannot hear the round of applause for maybe you guys don't like Miss Lubega so much, right? Please give them a round of applause. They are going to give us a lot of information. You can sit right there in the middle. And then I'll stand right here so I look at you and fire you with very tough questions. But I know you're up to the task. And my questions are not very tough. I can assure you of that. All right, so we're launching and disseminating the Uganda Tourism Satellite Account. The first time I heard about the Tourism Satellite Account, at least for me in East Africa, was in 2019. And that was when we covered Kenya. I think Kenya was doing a lot of work with their own TSA in 2019. And then COVID came thereafter. And then things just got disorganized. I didn't hear a lot about them. I tried to follow up with what they went with tourism, but we know that tourism the industry really got a shake-up during COVID-19. And the next time I heard about TSA was last year when Namibia launched their TSA in May. And then I also had Seychelles in, I think, 2021, if I'm not mistaken. Let me start with Professor from United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. You understand economics. I think the question on the lips of many Ugandans, and I'll ask as a journalist because that is my, my background, is what is in this for the economy? What is in this for a Ugandan who is probably watching us live, seated somewhere in Bushenyi? Why should they be interested? Professor.
Thank you. The interest a common person would have in the TSA, as we have mentioned, first, how will it change the income of those people? What changes or what information will it give on employment opportunities, on investment opportunities? So TSA, as we saw from TSA Table 1 to Table 10, tries to quantify the income we get out of tourism, the revenues, and from both domestic and international tourism. So, and as we said last time, we're also interested in the share of this revenue across the economy or across the spatially. So first is the income, and then as we moved into Table 7 on employment opportunities. And in other words, if you had $1, where would you put it as a country? Do you put it on agriculture or tourism? So these are some of the issues that will come out clearly from TSA, apart from investment and other indicators that we saw.
All right. Ms. Kauda, tourism is one of those sectors. I don't know if there is another sector, you will tell me, because you're the guys who are always looking at the numbers. For us, we're always on TV some people say we make a lot of noise on TV and you know, but very little statistics. But now that I have the people who are in charge of statistics, I will ask, tourism brings in more money than it takes out. It is one of those, I think, but you'll tell me if I'm right or wrong. But according to what I have seen, it seems that tourism brings in more money to the country than how much money goes out because of tourism. And I think the question I'm asking is, why, how can we as a country then use this TSA to ensure that we capitalize on it and try to make some more money out of it? I've been to a country called UAE, and it's amazing what they have done with their tourism. Just let us know how important the TSA could be to us even going beyond what UAE has done with their tourism. Ms. Kauda.
Thank you. Thank you. I think basing on what has been presented here, we've said that when you look at what the export, the forex earning that we get from the tourism activities, that is the inbound tourism, it gives us a surplus, meaning that yes, we are getting more than what we spend when we go out there. That is, first of all, very important, that we should target and improve the services, the supplies that we are giving to the tourists, to make sure that we even increase it. And so, how is it important now that we have the tourism satellite account? This is just the beginning of the compilation. And the consultant has already told us, what you cannot measure, you cannot manage. It is just the starting that now we are seeing the contribution. Tourism is, the tourism activities are just part of the services sector, meaning that you should target within the services sector to make sure that tourism is actually adding more to the services sector, and we are able to benefit the people who are employed there, and more production will be put on market. That is the value added of that services sector. So what do we need to do? We need, first of all, to know that a complete economy has the various sectors, and not only to target one sector. For example, if we have agriculture, and we know that we are having a lot of receipts, forex earning that is coming in through tourism, then we should invest, we should increase the capital investment within the tourism services sector. So that is very important to us. And as the Bureau of Statistics, going forward, we need to make sure that these statistics are now provided so that we don't have a one-point figure that we will not be referencing with the years as we go on. They've told us that we should make an analysis. What we are talking about is of 2019. What has happened? We have the GDP figure for 2020, 2022. With even a slowdown, can't we analyze and see that impact of what it was, and then going forward, we know what tourism, where it is peaking, and then we support those respective areas. Of course, for the policy implementers and the decision makers. Because for us, in statistics, we give the statistics. We want to create that insight, and already it has come out that this is very, very important, so there is need to target it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, hello. Thank you very much. Let's go to Mr. Ojok Dennis. You presented on inbound domestic and outbound tourism and internal tourism consumption. I just want to ask you about the regional niches. When Dr. Ayorekide was speaking, he said we have a lot of traffic going to the western part of the country, and you know, and yet we need to now start, you know, spreading the tourism sector of Uganda to every other region. But I think you'll also be the person to answer my question, the first question that I asked when we were starting, whether I and many other gentlemen here who have gone to various regions of this country to pick beautiful, wonderful ladies of Uganda are also tourists. Whether we are also tourists and whether we have featured in this wonderful research. Because I want to know if by marrying the woman I married, I contributed to the economy of Uganda. It would make me sleep better tonight, I'm telling you.
You know, when you first blow the mic, it means they've asked you very hard questions. Okay, thank you very much, moderator. I want to first start by answering the definition of who a domestic tourist is. Basically, a domestic tourist is a visitor who has left his usual place of residence to another destination for any purpose other than, and that is very important, other than being employed by an organization or entity in the place visited. So, Ndugu Daniel, if you left Kampala and went to Hoima to pay
Tororo, very far.
To pay dowry, definitely you have left your usual place of residence, and where you are going, you are taking there new money.
Yes.
That doesn't belong there.
I took a lot of money.
Tourism is about expenditure, and we want to see the economy where you have gone to, the area, the local economy where you have gone to, benefiting from that new money that is coming from Kampala.
Yes.
Yes, so they want to touch those dollars. So I think it is very clear about the definition of domestic. You must leave a place of usual residence, go to a new destination, and spend money.
I think it is only fair that everybody now claps for me for
Then
Now you can answer the question.
the other question that you talk about the niches, of course, Uganda, we have been prioritizing a lot wildlife tourism. It is an area that everybody knows. But what we should remember is that Kenya has the wildlife, the similar wildlife that we have. Rwanda has similar wildlife, and Kenya. I think now the areas of focus, if we are to attract people to all destinations within the country, because if you look at the regional distribution of the tourist attractions in the country, they are largely skewed to the western side. And the ones which are, so what we need to do is to make sure that we will now look at the new other products that we have. We have culinary tourism. Uganda is a country that has over 56 ethnic groups with a different culture, different dress code, different kind of food. And this should be really very interesting to visit if this is something that we put out there as a product that tourists can come to enjoy. Because many times tourists have come for community tourism. And it is known that these people who come for community tourism stay longer and in turn spend more. I think this is what we should focus on. We want to attract people to come and spend more in the country, but also stay longer in the country. So we could look at those areas of community tourism. We could look at things like cultural tourism. We have over 600,000 cultural sites. And these are the areas that we need to really develop and put the standard that a tourist can be enticed to come to that place. Thank you very much.
All right, Professor. What needs to be done with regards to improving what we already have? Because I think it's impossible to find a Ugandan who doesn't know that we really have a lot. There is a lot for outsiders to see in Uganda. How do we improve on it? Is it by improving on our marketing outside, or is it by just interesting more of the Ugandans? We are, I think, 47 million. I don't know. Ubos is here. I don't want to say different statistics. Guys, I think 47 million. If I am wrong, Ms. Kauda, please, you'll be able to correct me. But if we have all of these Ugandans traveling to these places, then we can have a vibrant local tourism or domestic tourism, as it has been called. Dr. Ayorekide also spoke about sports tourism. And if anybody here has been to the United Kingdom, you know that people fly to go and watch Arsenal, Manchester United, West Ham, Everton, domestically. They move, they go and sleep in these hotels, they go and watch these games, they spend money at these stadiums. What needs to be done? What is, in your opinion, what should be our strategy?
Thank you. Your question actually is asking me the strategy for domestic tourism, if I get it right. There are various strategies, some have been mentioned. Of course, the higher your income, the higher the propensity to travel. So your income also determines when and where you travel to. So as we make people's income better, they will find tourism to be a product that's within their reach. So incomes determine this. That means poverty alleviation of our people. Secondly, we have talked about product diversification, as you have mentioned. We need to diversify the product so that when I go to Gulu, I am occupied for all the 2 weeks I'm there. I don't want to get bored when I'm there. So it means creating more products, cultural or gastronomy, that's the food that is there, and other products. Then, of course, accessibility. We have seen there's a lot of money spent on transport. It means transport is a significant component of my tourism activity. So if we lower that transport cost, then it will be a normal good and more people take it up. So how do we lower transport costs? Maybe improve the infrastructure. I know in Uganda, you are thinking of a railway. It's an easier way of moving people in huge masses from one part of the country to the other one, apart from road. Of course, also air some can afford by air, and if there's air transport, it saves on time, so the propensity to travel again goes up. So there are various things we can do as a country to enhance our domestic tourism. Of course, when you are traveling, we talked of overnight and same-day visitors. Overnight visitors need accommodation. So accommodation facilities from low budget, budget end to the high end need to be available depending on the demand in various parts of the country. And now some countries are encouraging homestays, whereby when I'm away, like for me, I go to my house only during Christmas, unless there's something there like a funeral or a wedding. So I can give out my house for tourism purposes. I registered at the county level, and they come check, there's standards to meet, security and all this. Then it's used while I'm away, and the money goes into my account. So that encourages people to move because accommodation is available. People exchange homes. You are in Mombasa, and I'm in Busia. I go to your house, you come to my house in Busia. We stay 2 weeks. I use your car and all this. So this is possible with domestic tourism. And of course, we have many cultures. I mean, we have, I don't know how many tribes are here. I don't know if it's right to use the word tribe here. But of course, this can be commodified and marketed so that you have an interest in going to northern, to Gulu, to see how people live there in that environment. Thank you.
Ms. Kauda, the professor speaks about exchanging houses. Now, I've followed, who here knows an app called, what's the name of that app? This, okay, Airbnb, yes. Everybody knows Airbnb, right? If you don't know Airbnb, get to the table where the youth are seated, then they first, they explain to you. But there's an app called Airbnb. And when this app started, it shook the hotel industry internationally, because now people were getting lower prices and people were hiring out rooms in their own houses. I did hear about room capacity utilization. If we go the direction that the professor is saying of hiring out our homes, because I know that I have a home that I never use in Kayunga, in my village. If I'm hiring that out, won't that give problems to Kayunga Resort? And you know, and how do you measure that now in the TSA, Ms. Kauda? Doesn't that create bigger problems for us who are trying to measure? And in the words of Peter Drucker, you can't manage what you don't measure. How are we going to measure people who are sleeping in people's homes?
These known places, there are some sort of apartments, some kind of studio. So these are known and they can be tracked. And I think in Uganda we should not be talking about closing out some other people. I think for as long as your product is good, you'll be able to sell and you'll compete. We have many tourists that will always come for as long as you provide the products that they require. So we should not looking at closing out others, but if we can make those competitive with the other accommodations, actually they are going to improve. The room capacity. Room capacity may be what we're talking about. You know, it is about, again, your income. You might find that, okay, we are so many people, people might prefer to sleep on a one bed. But what we want for the hotel industry is for all of us to be able to use a bed at a particular time. And that is what we shall say we are promoting the tourism industry, not where we go and we sleep 3 people on a bed. That one affects the bed, whether it is bed or room occupancy, where you'll find so many people actually embedded in one room because of that cost. So please, we just need to make sure that our services are readily available, of good quality, and affordable.
So in other words, you're telling us that the market is big enough for everybody, even us who want to start now renting out our houses?
Yes, it will be big enough. Just provide quality. The visitor will enjoy, will know where to choose to stay and not to stay. And so you will not crowd out anyone.
Okay. Just for the young men here, the tourists, not these ones of the weekend. Tourists, they come and go. They should not stay. If they are to stay, you have to go to URSB and make things official. Let me talk to Mr. Ojok again. You're from the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. What opportunities are there for the 70% of the country, which is the youngest? We have a young population in this country. What opportunities are there according to what the numbers are telling us? What opportunities are there for young people then to capitalize in the tourism industry and get those numbers going up? Because I know that if we harness the largest population that we have in the country, nobody will be able to stop us when it comes to tourism on this continent or even in the world.
Thank you very much. We have seen in the TSA report that tourism employs up to 15% of tourism, of Ugandans. And we are saying 2 in every 10 are employed in tourism. Already, this statement alone shows that there's an opportunity in tourism. If you look at tourism, it's a broad area. It has so many industries. We have accommodation for services, accommodation services for visitors. We have the food and beverage industry. We have the transport sector. We have the cultural industry. We have the travel industry. We have the sports and recreation activities. This range of industries that are under the tourism sector is already a huge sector or areas where we can employ people. So I think for the youth, because we are saying that about 80% of the youth are unemployed. If we are to improve on this and make the youth to benefit, we need to target the tourism sector to ensure that unemployment, the gap in unemployment is actually capped. Because it is an area that everybody can work. Because if you look at tourism, it is a whole value chain. From the time a tourist arrives at the airport, there's someone to welcome him. There are these transport guys. There is the accommodation guy waiting for him. There are the souvenir guys. The community is selling potatoes and Ugandan stuff. So really, if we are to ensure that the youth benefit, the tourism sector is the right sector to target and ensure that people get more involved in the sector and increase these numbers. So.
All right, thank you very much. Now, I have a lot more questions, but I also want you guys to also ask some questions, isn't it? If you have some questions, somebody please pass around the microphone. Is there a second microphone? Okay. Okay, so let's by show of hands, questions and comments. I want you to ask my panel questions and also to comment. So I'm opening the floor now so that everybody can get an opportunity to also be a part of the conversation. So you start with your name and your title and probably where you come from, and then you will ask your question.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Jimmy Chigozi. I work with the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities in the Department of Tourism Development. Looking at the presentation, one is, of course, the numbers will never lie. My area of interest is now the leakages. We could be getting so much, but possibly so much is actually leaving the country. In other words, at the face of it all, things could be good, but ideally they could be bad in the other way around. And of course, Dr. Erekile made it very clear to us that you cannot manage what you cannot measure. For us to be able to control the leakages, we need to possibly know or understand better how much actually leaves the country. That is my area of concern. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Another question or comment? Please, you have to represent your tables.
Yeah, hello. Thank you for your presentations. I'm called Enoch Rutaza. I am from Chakig Ecotourism Center, Mkono Zoo. And also I come from also Ranger Agrotourism in Mbarara. And basically what we are trying to do is to promote community-based tourism enterprises. And we do a lot of homestays. The tourists who come, they want to visit the national park, which is Lake Mboro National Park. Then they want to stay with the communities. And we offer that. I've been teaching communities or homes how to improve those kind of services you're talking about. And they love them so much. Because me, what I offer in the morning, how to milk the cow, then during the lunchtime, water, giving water the cows, that kind of local process. Then the other tourists take them to the gardens to pick the food, then they peel it, make it, and they want to learn more of the culture, and that's what they want. And I think with the Ministry of Tourism, we need just like an idea center on how these people want to benefit, bring money to the communities, because when I'm guiding them, they are saying, we changed money from the airports, now we have balances, we can't take back this money, what can we do with it? We'd rather get friends in the communities and start sharing projects or ideas, then they leave even the balances here. So those are the kind of activities I'm appreciating what you're doing because I love to do it. And those are the type of clients I'm looking to attract with the friends in the diaspora, the Ugandans in the diaspora, are also saying, how do we also send their visitors? Who will collect them? Just teaching how all this system works is the best way to go. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next, please. I think we'll take two more, just two more.
Thank you, moderator. Mine goes to you, boss. Like Dr. James said,
you didn't introduce yourself.
Arnold Bugonga, I'm a planner, National Planning Authority. Like Dr. James said, we treat TSA as a living organism that needs to be fed. So that requires data, and I want to inquire from you both whether the labor force surveys will be carried out more periodically for us to obtain the direct contribution of tourism to employment. Because what we see, some challenges we face that some data requires surveys like contribution in terms of employment, yet you both may not be able to carry out regular surveys. Thank you.
All right, the last one. I hope the last one can be a lady. We've not heard from the ladies, so maybe let's just be, there's a lady there in yellow. She's looking at me. Maybe she wants the microphone. Let's give it to her.
But nevertheless, thank you so much. I'm Kiza Harriet, working with the Ministry of Tourism. It's just a point of information. We have guidelines for homestays under the East African community. Like you mentioned, tapping, ensuring that people can utilize their homes for tourism. I know tourism is everyone's business, but we want the homes that are going to offer the tourism services really to standard. Not every home can be a tourism facility. We want homes that have been approved by our marketing board, UTB, that does the quality assurance, and are on lists, and everyone is comfortable to stay where they are. So we don't want everyone to put up their boys' quarters in the back of their houses as homestays. No. There are approved guidelines under the ESC that can be followed. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think that's very important because you realize that when, if you've been on the internet, on Google, and you read reviews, people do not review where they were. They just write about a country. They say, this country is very bad. I was in this country, and some guy stole my money. And it doesn't matter who, they don't even put the name of the guy who stole the money. They just write about the country. So it's important that we have guidelines so that people just don't, in Luganda we say, they don't just host our tourists. Okay? All right. Let's now go to back to my panel. You've been taking notes, so I'm going to give each of you a minute each to answer those questions, but also to give us your closing remarks, starting with Professor.
Okay, thank you. I will dwell on the one for leakages. I know tourism has leakages as a sector. There are two ways leakages can occur, either through imports, which is normal, or through money not reaching the country, in this case, Uganda. In the questionnaire, we usually ask a tourist, how much did you prepare before you came to Uganda? How much did you prepay? And on what items did you prepay? And when you arrived in Uganda, how much did you spend on accommodation, food, while you're in Uganda? The purpose of that question is to see how much money is prepaid before travel and how much money is paid during travel. Used during travel. The TSA does not tell us the prepayments if they actually reach the country. It doesn't tell us. It can tell us how much is prepaid. But whether that money comes to Uganda or not, is not, TSA doesn't answer that one. We can capture it in the second phase of this project, where we talked of total impacts, where we can do a leakage study and quantify how much money leaks out of the Ugandan economy because of tourists from this, even by country, so that you know which countries have highest leakages, what type of tourists create higher leakages. All this can be done as a separate study under total impacts of tourism. So that's possible. But if it's imports of capital goods, you have to import aeroplanes, I'm sure. You have to import cars. We have not had Uganda making cars. So there are some capital goods that you must just import. So that's acceptable. But where it comes to revenue that does not reach a destination, that's why there's a big question mark. And that study TSA lays a basis for such a study so that we reduce on the leakages. We cannot eliminate them, but at least we can reduce them through substitution, import substitution. By, of course, I know some countries, some islands, or some beach hotels. If you go there, you'll find the soup, the wine, the drinks are from outside the country. Why don't we use the local drinks? Maybe the standards. We can improve the standards of local drinks, coffee, so that they're used in such five-star hotels. So there are strategies of doing this, but first you measure, and then you manage.
Well, you did talk about coffee. We have some problems with coffee, especially with some of the hotels not serving Ugandan coffee. But I know that certain other drinks which are consumed after dark, those ones, most of the hotels serve Ugandan drinks. The ones that are served after dark. A few people here know them. Let's go to Ms. Kauda.
Thank you so much. I'll take on this one on the data requirements. Of course, as the Bureau, we have a schedule to undertake surveys and censuses. And these surveys that are required, for example, Manpower or UNHS, they are part of that schedule. Normally, we take them according to the schedule, unless if their funds are not available. And so it is the appeal that we always struggle to make sure that the funds are availed. Currently, we are planning now to undertake the UNHS. You remember we took UNHS, which is also an input in this, or 2020-2019, but at the same time, because it is a schedule for UNHS, we are preparing to undertake currently. The manpower survey is also on schedule. We are actually in preparation. It will be undertaken. The worry should be for those data sets that we get from the different MDAs, because there we have no mandate to prevail, and it's our prayer that since we have the ministry here, it can engage those who are concerned to make sure that we get these other data sets to have a complete TSA. Otherwise, you cannot have it complete if you don't have, for example, motivation survey not carried out, and then you have a UNHS. They feed into each other. So that is my prayer. The other one, on a light note, to me, I think this being the start, we're already good to go. We have a baseline of which we've started today, and we should not stop now. So it is upon the policymakers to know that tourism is actually contributing just like any other sectors in the economy, and also better than any other economies in any other sectors in the economy. So this should be taken up, and the contribution to tax is very important, because we are looking for taxes to run overhead costs for government. If it is contributing a 2.6 on tax on products, tourism should be an area for promotion, and for me, tourism satellite account, it has come at the right time. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Kauda. Of course, she says we should continue. We should not stop here. We should continue. I don't know if I can still continue, because me, the only tourism I've done was to go to Tororo. So should I now go to Mbarara also?
Go back.
Eh? But I'll find something else to do. Okay, Mr. Ojok, please.
Thank you. I want to add on what Professor talked about on leakages. We have also tried, during our expenditure surveys, we have estimated how much leakages are getting out of the country. And we have done surveys with the people in the tourism business. I'll give a case in point of the tour operators. There are visitors who come into the country on a package visit. So, and we have people who are the international tour operators in other countries. So this person pays his money to an international company, let's say $5,000 to an international company, maybe the US, that wants to visit the country here. So the international tourist will liaise with someone within the country here. So as a tourist, I've paid $5,000, but not all this money is coming to the country. So we have been able to establish how much actually remains with the international tour operator. And it is about 20% of that money remains with the international operator, and the rest comes into the country. So with that, with such kind of surveys, we are able to establish and find out an estimate of how much leakages a country is getting. Then the other one on homestays, my colleague has already talked about the guidelines, but I also want to emphasize that as a ministry, we are engaging in terms of capacity building of officers along the tourism value chain. And the key among those people that we want to build capacity for are people who are in the communities, who are handling the tourists. Because what we want quality. We don't want anybody to be engaged in moving around tourists but not offering the quality. Because at the end of the day, the tourist will talk about the experience in the country. And the experience should be something that can attract another person. So, with this tourism satellite account in place, surely it will only help us to improve on the strategies that we can make to make tourism better. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Ojok. There is a question on Zoom. So I'm going to ask somebody to please read that question on Zoom, and then we close the panel discussion because time is not our best ally. Is the microphone on? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. The question on Zoom, someone is saying, I know Uganda and Kenya started the construction of TSA than Zanzibar. I'm reading it the way it is. But we did the launching first. What are the factors that caused this delay? Maybe Professor would be able to know who started first.
Professor, you have the floor now. Answer that in 1 minute.
There are several reasons for the delay. If I'm understanding you right, you're referring to Uganda TSA. It is being launched in 2023, when it started 2017. When we started 2017, there was some critical information that was missing, particularly on domestic tourism. We had a survey by Ministry of Tourism but it was not acceptable to the technical committee, the way it was handled. So we had to recommend that a household survey is done by UBOS, and that's when they inserted the tourism module in that survey. So that took time and delayed the whole process. Other countries like Zanzibar, they already had a domestic tourism survey in their household survey. The same to Kenya. And and a few other countries. So the delay was mainly on the domestic tourism data set that we had at that time. And I'm happy when we left, in that short time, Uganda was able to handle that, and we have very good data on domestic tourism. In fact, it's one of the richest data sets that I've seen around as far as domestic tourism is concerned.
All right, thank you very much. There is one more right here at the front. So let's take that last one. I know I've said last like twice, okay? But this is the last. There's a song called Last. Eh? Okay. We need some help with the microphone.
Hello. Thank you, moderator. I just wanted to make one small addition to the response from you, boss. The issue of the mandate. I think the Bureau has the mandate to have data coming out from different sectors on time. We are the coordinators of the National Statistical System, and all the things we've done is we've required all MDAs and local governments to come up with strategic plans for statistics. So through this, every key stakeholder will be expected to deliver on key indicators that are required to inform national planning. And we'll also be implementing this through the review of the National Statistical Indicator Framework. And as such, every player will also be expected to work on delivering the statistics in this area, also as report to the NDP3. So as the Bureau, we have this mandate, and given what is required now for the satellite account tourism, we'd have to take it up and require all the stakeholders to play their part. Alongside, we're also working hard on re-establishment of the statistics units and officers. This was already passed by Cabinet and is under implementation, and part of the reason is to make sure that data, and particularly administrative data, must be collected and be made available to improve on planning. So ideally, together with the surveys and censuses, improvements on administrative data and the coordination arrangement, we should be able to get regular data so that we can maintain the regular updates of the account. I submit.
All right, thank you very much. A round of applause for Uganda Bureau of Statistics. Round of applause for my panelists, the Professor Odunga Pius from the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA. Round of applause for Professor as he leaves our stage. Then Miss Aliziki Kauda Lubega, the Director of Macroeconomics Statistics at the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. Round of applause. Then we had also Mr. Ojok Dennis Rodney, Senior Statistician at the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. A round of applause there. Thank you very much. Now, I have learned that I am a tourist. I am actually one of the people all of you guys have been talking about. I am the one. I am the customer. I am a tourist because I went to Tororo. And I picked, you can see, I think you can see. I went and I did a lot of tourism there, domestic tourism. So hands up for all the men here who are tourists like me. Let's a round of applause for the gentlemen who have done good tourism, who have contributed to the economy. And then another round of applause for those ones who are not doing tourism, but they are enjoying all the other things that come as attributes to us who did tourism, but they have not done tourism. Let's also clap for them. Hands, by raise of hand, if you are in that category, please make sure this year you carry out some tourism. I hope that's understood. Let's now go to, I want to invite Dr. Mama Keita, the Director of the Sub-Regional Office for East Africa of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Yes. And then we'll also have the Minister, the Honorable Tom Butime, the Minister of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. I cannot, a round of applause, guys. The Minister, we should, let's give a round of applause to the Minister. Let's get another round of applause for the Minister. And then, last but not least, is the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, Mrs. Doreen Katusime. Hey, you people from Ministry of Tourism should give another round of applause for the PS. If you know what's good for you, you should give another round of applause. Well, she's not one of those people, but I used to work for a very difficult boss. So if you did not clap very well, you may get into problems. That was a long time ago. I was working in the informal sector. Now I am formal, hence the reason why I dress like this. So I'm going to give an opportunity first to Dr. Mama Keita to give us her remarks. Thank you very much for being here with us. But also you have listened, you have heard, you have watched. We want to hear from you. And a round of applause for her as she gives us her remarks. There should be a microphone there. She can speak from here. Okay. Please come and...
Thank you very much, moderator. Honorable Minister of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, Honorable Tom Butime, dear PS of the Ministry, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. Good afternoon. And as it is my first time here in Uganda, I really like to appreciate the warm welcome that I've received. Really a truly authentic African countries, and I really feel home here. So thank you very much. Also, all my appreciation for the event that we have followed this morning. Very interesting discussion, presentation, and also achievement in terms of doing this TSA together. So this being said, let me now go back to my remark. So it is indeed an honor for me to speak on behalf of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa during this important meeting where the results of the tourism satellite account for Uganda have been presented and discussed. We at ECA, in particular our sub-regional office for Eastern Africa, have observed the continued interest and prioritization of the tourism industry across the region and the wider African continent. In fact, tourism is now one of the 5 service priority sectors under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the AFCFTA. Such recognition of the sector has mainly been due to the immense and mostly untapped potential that exists. Accordingly, due to growing demand from the member states, from ECA's member state and regional economic communities, we continue to extend technical support and pledge to continue to do so to enhance the realization of the tourism potential in Africa. In addition, we continue to produce new knowledge products and organize various forums geared towards informing the future development of the tourism sector with a view to tapping the existent immense opportunities. For example, recently, as was mentioned by Professor Pius and also my colleague Geoffrey, we have completed a study on the potential of our cities, African cities and urban centers, as key tourism destination, as key tourism products, just like the counterparts in the Western world. And last year, we also organized a forum to discuss how best the creative industries, sport in particular, could be nurtured to diversify the tourism products portfolio of our member countries. Ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on taking advantage of the emerging opportunities, we need to constantly remind ourselves of the obstacles that continue to impede our ambitions. Indeed, weak institutional structures, lack of funding, underdeveloped local private sector, disenfranchised local communities, poor infrastructure, narrow range of tourism products, limited range of markets, enclave and largely a foreign-based industry, inadequate ICT infrastructure, and poor quality and standards, lack of prioritization of the tourism sector are some of the challenges that face the majority of our member states in Africa. Moreover, the current COVID pandemic has dealt a severe blow on the sector of tourism. At the global level, the revenues coming from the tourism sector went down from 39 billion in 2019 to just 14 billion in 2020 due to COVID. And this was a 74% decline. We also witnessed a 74% decline in the number of visitors over the same period. It is worth noting that with the easing of movement restrictions, the industry has now been recovering and driven mainly by the domestic and regional tourism market, as is the case now for Uganda. So maybe the tourism done by our friend who went to take a wife in that region is part of the recovery. So thank you very much, and let's continue that way. So these challenges notwithstanding, we at UNECA are of the opinion that the lack of clear measurement of the impact of the sector or of the contribution of the sector to the rest of the economy is perhaps one of the most critical issues that needs to be urgently addressed in Africa as a whole. In fact, the Sustainable Development Goals number 12, which is on responsible consumption and production, has a specific target, namely target 12B, which calls for the development and implementation of tools to monitor sustainable development impact of sustainable tourism that creates jobs and promote local culture and products. So it is therefore commendable that Uganda has taken very bold steps toward the realization of these goals and is hence laying the foundation for the better understanding of the tourism industry and its contribution to the economy. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, we are gathered here for the following a request that we received from your department for a technical support for the formulation of the TSA of Uganda. And we have been very pleased and honored to work with you to deliver on this assignment. and in a record time, actually, because as the PS said in her remarks, this work started last year in September, and already we have a TSA. This is remarkable, and Uganda now is part of the few number of countries who have achieved this. So, congratulations. It has been an honor and a pleasure to work with you, because it has been very easy to collaborate under the able leadership of the PS. Again, let's clap for her, please. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, as you are fully aware, tourism is now one of the significant economic activities for Uganda. We have seen the number, we have heard, and one of the main sources of foreign exchange earning, employment, opportunities, investment, government revenue, among other considerations. The TSA will therefore help to understand, in understanding the socio-economic dimension of tourism, both in terms of demand for tourism product. This implies international and domestic arrivals, the characteristics of the visitors, and their consumptions in goods and services offered by the country. In terms of supply of the tourism industry also in the country, the tools help to understand the characteristics of the local industries involved in the sector, provide details in terms of their production, the condition under which they produce, what they produce, and what is invested, what is the amount of labor that they use, maybe locally and also from abroad, and what is in terms of the capital also that is used, and what is the source of that capital. So very rich information that is very useful to guide both public and private investment. And as we know, this is very important for the growth of the economy. So in addition to doing that, the TSA also allows for comparison between tourism and other industries within the country, understand the interlinkages between the tourism and other value chains, in terms of, for instance, the contribution of the agriculture sector and other sectors such as transport, and comparison between tourism in Uganda and other countries as well. This is also very important to learn from others and to make sure that we grow in terms of competitiveness and attract more visitors, both from inside and so also from outside. I'm very pleased that this phase is now complete, marking a major milestone for tourism development, given that Uganda now, as I was saying, is one of the few countries to successfully develop a TSA, a full TSA in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, the next step will be to estimate the indirect contribution and induce also contribution or impact of tourism on Uganda's economy, given that we now have an understanding of the direct economic impact, which is provided by the DSA figures. This will further enable an even better understanding of the tourism industry in terms of total economic impacts. Our goal at UNECA is to build the capacity of member states to undertake these activities by themselves, and I'm confident that Uganda will now embark in updating the TSA with minimal support and be an example of best practices for other African member states. To conclude then, I would like to reaffirm our continued support to the government of Uganda, to the Ministry of Tourism, in its endeavor to realize its ambition for tourism industry. In this regard, we will be organizing a capacity building workshop on how to measure the total contribution of the tourism industry to the Uganda economy, taking into consideration those indirect and induced impact. On this, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Dr. Mama Keita, Director of Sub-Regional Office for East Africa at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Did you give her another round of applause? We need to applaud the people that are giving us all of this knowledge and information. It's very important, and these are very important people. We should consider ourselves very very lucky or blessed to have all these three here. Very important people in the country, in Africa, very busy people, but they have given us our time. I think for the journalists here, you must be proud, you must be very happy because you're going to get the best stories. You have all the big people here, not big in size like me. For them, they are big, real big. Now I want you to help me welcome the Honorable Retired Colonel Tom Butime, the Minister of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. Round of applause. He's going to give us a keynote address, and thereafter we shall proceed. Let's give him our full attention. You're welcome, Honorable.
So, before I make my formal statement, the difference between a standing microphone and the other one is that with a standing microphone, if you had a drink last night, isn't it? And your hand is shaking, holding that microphone, isn't it? The audience will know where you were last night, isn't it? But with this one, you cannot tell, isn't it? And when you are turning from page 3 to page 4, isn't it? It's very difficult because one hand is holding a microphone and the other one is looking for the page. Is that correct? So you can actually move from page 3 to 6 because you have not touched your papers properly. So I thank you for giving me a stand microphone. Mr. Rutaya, thank you very much. But let me make a few observations before I make my formal statement. So, Dr. Keita, from the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Mrs. Katsime, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, distinguished friends, Dr. Odunga, Professor Odunga, Dr. Manyara, Dennis Ojok, Madame Lewega, Dr. Ayerekire. I've already talked about Dr. Keita. Thank you very much for coming and with your expertise, giving us your knowledge, discussion. I think this has been a very, very important, very informative, very academic, isn't it, interaction. And I thank you very much for sparing this time. When I was here, a few interesting points were made before I read my statement. I noted from Dr. Ayerekire that it is true that Ugandans spend more on transport as far as domestic tourism is concerned. And he was asking what shall happen thereafter, now that there is this TSA report saying that Ugandans spend more on transport than accommodation, unlike the homebound, isn't it? Well, now the question is, government will have now to work more on roads, so that Ugandans can spend less time traveling and spend more time on accommodation, like the homebound tourists. But I want to comfort him by saying that there is a standing instruction from Cabinet to the Minister of Works to to work on tourism roads, isn't it? In the country, tourism roads in the country. And apparently, in the coming budget, 23-24, there will be more money on working on roads maintenance than construction and building of new roads. And that is mainly because most of the tourism roads are not good, and government therefore would like to improve on them come 23-24 national budget. The second point, which was very interesting from Dr. Yerikire, he said that Fort Portal Tourism City is a hanging thing. That's what the word he used, a hanging thing. But yes, it may be a hanging city, but it is a tourism city. Apparently, the day Fort Portal was promoted to city status, it assumed a high profile than what it was before that. High profile. So any tourist in Kenya or any tourist in Zanzibar, from Zanzibar or Nigeria, if he's traveling to Uganda and there is Fort Portal City, he will organize more money to go to that city than if he was going to Masaka, which is not a tourism city, isn't it? And these days, if you go to Fort Portal at 7 o'clock, it's very, very difficult for you to find accommodation in Fort Portal. But in other cities, the young cities in Uganda, you can go even at 10 p.m. You can, Tororo is not a city. I know for him he's engrossed with Tororo. Tororo is not a city, it will be a city, I hope, very soon. So you can go to Tororo, you can go to Jinja, you will find accommodation after 10 o'clock. But if you went to Fort Portal after 8 alone, it will be very difficult for you to find accommodation. I agree with Professor Odunga that the higher the income, the higher the propensity to travel. I agree entirely. And that's why we are working very hard to get to the middle income status, isn't it? So that Ugandans can spend more, enjoy their country, because they will be having funds to spend. And these days, actually for the last 2 years, if you go to Machishon, if you go to Para Lodge, if you went to Queen Elizabeth Mwea Lodge, things like, if you don't book 3, 4, 5 weeks before, you may not be able to find accommodation in those places. So Uganda is improving, and we are moving to the middle income status at that level. I'm sure that Ugandans will really take over all these lodges, and the tourists from outside the country, inbound tourists, will have to work very hard to make sure that they book 6, 7 months. If you intend to go to Uganda, you must make sure that you book. Otherwise, if you intend to come for Christmas, you may not find where to stay. Finally, I thank you for this report. This report will now augment our debate in cabinet, our debate in parliament, our debate with finance. We now have the figures, isn't it? And we can now discuss, we can argue, we can demand, because we have the figures, we have the statistics, we have data. So this TSA is really important, and I'm happy that it has come out at this time before the 23-24 final budget. It's going to help me a great deal to put up a fight, a very stiff, very strong fight. So now can I read my speech? since there is a standing microphone here. Today we launch Uganda's first ever tourism satellite account. We accomplish the long-awaited milestone of developing official measure of tourism's contribution to Uganda's economy. This first TSA presents the estimates of tourism economic contribution corresponding to calendar 2019 with complete supply and demand statistics. The TSA was developed for the reference year 2019 because the end of that year represents a significant turning point of tourism across the world. Of course, more than any other industry, tourism was adversely affected by the impacts of COVID-19 from 2020 to this day. This deliberate use of 2019 as our reference year will serve as an important baseline for measuring the tourism impact pre and post COVID-19. As we move forward, we will be able to track our recovery from the effects of the pandemic. We launched the Uganda TSA and disseminated this very important report. As we have seen from the presentations, the report analyzes all dimensions of demand for goods and services associated with the activity of tourists from the time they decide to engage in any tourist or visitor activities. The aim of this analysis was to present the total tourism consumption for visitors in this country. And you could see that from Mrs. Lubega when she said that there will be an effort to produce TSA every year. Did I hear you right? Did you say that, madam? Precisely. With availability with availability of data that's required. And I hope this data will be available so that every year we can have an engagement, isn't it, here, and debate, not necessarily here, but wherever the report will be published, we will be there to engage and discuss and bargain. The most important thing is, if you bargain with figures, you are listened to, isn't it? If you bargain without figures, you can't be listened to. And Mr. Lutaya this afternoon said that the journalists of Uganda make noise. That's what he said. But they don't have figures, they don't have statistics. That's what you said. And I was annoyed because I'm a journalist by profession, isn't it? Journalists read, isn't it? They have figures. They read. You spend a whole night preparing for the next day, isn't it? So that when you stand here, you are even more knowledgeable about that subject than those presenting. Because for you, it's only one night, and you read and grasp. So when you come here, people wonder, how did Lutaya know all that? But Lutaya is a journalist. He spent the whole night burning the midnight candle, isn't it? To come here and moderate. Okay? Because tomorrow is going to moderate another discussion. So he has to read this one today so that when he comes here, he's an expert. And he stops that day from being an expert because the next day he's going for another discussion where he has to pose as an expert. That is journalism. Am I right, Mr. Lutaya? So please next time don't come here and say journalists make a lot of noise, they have no figures. No, they read overnight and have all the figures. The holistic analysis of importance of tourism in this country was done because there is a high demand for this information on how tourism performs since the industry touches the lives of various stakeholders, from the general public to researchers, to policymakers, development partners, and most importantly, the private sector. It will help finance and parliament to improve their estimate and understanding of tourism. As we all know, the tourism industry interrelates with almost all other industries and sectors across the economy, including food and beverage services, transportation, sports and recreation, retail trade, cultural services, and many others. The interplay between tourism and all of these sectors has been demonstrated today in this report and in the presentations. 2019 tourism directly contributed over 5 trillion shillings to Uganda's GDP. This represents 3.64% of the total GDP, and tourism contributes more to the economy, as has been said this morning, than livestock, transportation and storage, financial and insurance activities, fishing, cash crops, mining, and quarrying. So as you can see, the third National Development Plan for Uganda, for this country, was right in recognizing tourism as a major driver of this economy prosperity. Tourism alone directly supported 1.5, almost 1.6 million jobs, 14.7% of the total employment. This means that 2 in every 10 working Ugandans is employed in the tourism industry. And 2/3 of these jobs are in the food and beverage serving industry, tourism as an industry with high entrepreneurship and employment for women and youth. So in other words, now the question can be answered. More tourism, more women will be employed. More tourism, the youth can now get engaged. The debate about youth employment can now be not decided, but can be reduced. So we should know that really you put more funding, you do more marketing on tourism, you develop your tourism industry in the country, you employ the women, you employ the youth, and the debate therefore will reduce. And when you are standing for elections, you can answer this question, isn't it? Those who intend to stand for elections, you will easily now answer questions. Because the question is, we the youth are not employed. They say, now we have done this, we have done this, we have done this, we have done this. Visitors exports generated Uganda shillings for 580.4 billion. That's 1.24 billion US dollars. This is 20% of the total exports of the country and 59% of service exports. On the other hand, tourism is helping to reduce the trade deficit, as it was said this morning, of Uganda's economy. In 2019, Uganda spent Uganda shillings 1.66 trillion, that is 0.45%, 45 billion, 0.45 billion of US dollars on foreign travel, resulting to a surplus trade balance of Uganda shillings 2.9 trillion, as compared to 13.4 trillion deficit of the total economy. Collective consumption on tourism at the local and national government levels was estimated at 903.34 billion shillings during 2019-2020 financial year, and the contribution of tourism to collective consumption was estimated at 2.41%. All this information laid out in our TSA report is most important, most welcoming by the tourism industry and the tourism ministry, therefore. These results demonstrate the significance of tourism to our economy and the importance of continuing to invest in this sector. We will use this data to guide our policies and initiatives aimed at enhancing the competitiveness of our tourism industry and attracting more tourists to our country. I also want to inform you that we shall take this report to cabinet, isn't it? I will take this report to cabinet. And it will be debated. And all the doubting Thomases, isn't it, will now be informed. Fortunately, my name is Thomas, isn't it? So all the doubting Thomases, including myself, excluding myself, isn't it, will now really appreciate and understand how much tourism can contribute to the national economy, because we have the figures. So now what we need is to put this matter before cabinet and say, here we are, and here we come, and we are asking for more, like Oliver Twist, those who read Oliver Twist. I would like, therefore, to take this opportunity to sincerely thank United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Mama Keita. So I was warning her, this Mama here in Uganda is a very, when they say Mama Butime, isn't it? They are talking about my wife, is that correct? Mama Keita here, I told her that in Uganda here, Mama is a very, very distinguished title, isn't it? So I said, so when you say Mama Keita, we have to take her very, very preciously. So Mama Keita, thank you for coming, and thank you for gracing this function. And thank you for supporting this process for the second time, and always heeding our call when we request for any support in capacity building. You remember she has just finished her statement and she said that she would be ready, isn't it, for the next request. Should we ask for a request, and should be able to come to our assistance again. I also want to appreciate Uganda Bureau of Statistics for being our partner in collection of tourism statistics and from prioritizing our data needs. So we are extremely grateful. This TSA report is as much an output of the Bureau as it is of the Ministry of Tourism, isn't it? It's the work of the Bureau, but at the same time, it is the ministry which collaborated in the production of these figures. And in this particular case, the day is ours, isn't it? We thank you. I also wish to thank our partners in development, TSA, that is Bank of Uganda, Uganda Investment Authority, National Planning Authority, Makerere University, Uganda Tourism Association, and our own Uganda Tourism Board. We greatly appreciate all stakeholders who have assisted in this process. I wish to thank you and thank our technical team for working tirelessly to compile this data and produce a very good report. Without your efforts, we would not have such a successful output. Friends of tourism, economists, and academia, Uganda Tourism Satellite Account 2019 report is a significant step in our journey to promote tourism and enhance the sector's contribution to our economy. I encourage everyone to read and use this report as we work together to build a stronger and more vibrant tourism industry in Uganda. Asante kabisa. Asante sana. I hand over to the tourist in Tororo, is it? Mr. Rutaya, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for the Honorable Minister, who has given us a wonderful, wonderful keynote address, but has also divulged some of our trade secrets as journalists. I was here speaking a lot of English, And then he came and told you we used to call it winter yesterday night about TSA. All right. We are going to have to modify this platform a bit. So join me welcome Mr. Godfrey Nabongo, the Deputy Executive Director and Associate Chief Statistician at UBOS, to join us here. Round of applause, please. I'm going to go down for the next stage of the program. So you can, Mr. Nabongo, you can please join the panel up there. And next on our agenda is award of certificates to the Uganda Tourism Satellite Account Committee members. Now, we are going to first do a rehearsal. Give me the loudest round of applause that you have ever given in your life. Now, that is the kind of round of applause that I need for the names that I'm going to read. And everybody that I read, you give a round of applause. Let me have the certificates. Are they ready? Okay, the certificates are ready. Okay, so I'm going to also reorganize. As Master of Ceremony, for this brief period, I have control over Permanent Secretary, Director, Minister. So I'm going to reorganize you. The Minister is going to be at the end. Then followed by Dr. Mama Keita, and then the Permanent Secretary, and yes, you're going to stay here. You must be a very calculative man. No wonder you're a statistician. Okay, so that is the order that we are going to use as we hand out these certificates, and I'm glad to note that the crowd here is ready to give round of applause. You have to applaud people who have made it so that even you, when you make it, we applaud you, right? Okay, we are ready. Certificates are ready, isn't it? All right. I'm starting with Mr. Samuel Echoku. Mr. Samuel Echoku. You'll pass right here, pass by me. For me, just pass by me. I'm not very important. Yeah, go and receive a handshake there or a wave. Or you, Yes, you can shake hands along the way. Once in a lifetime opportunity to shake hands. All right. Next, Mr. Liada Manga. Round of applause. These are the members of the TSA committee. Mr. Liada Manga. Following him is Dr. Jim Ayorekire. Dr. Jim Ayorekire. You cannot manage what you... Yes. You can't manage what you cannot measure. That's Dr. Ayorekire. Next is Mr. Kawere Richard. Round of applause. Following Mr. Kawere Richard will be Mr. Ojok Dennis Rodney, one of my panelists. A round of applause for Mr. Ojok there. Following Mr. Ojok is Mr. Akiza Britton Newton. Thank you very much for your service. Miss Apio Sharon. Miss Apio Sharon. Mr. Simon Chewalianga. Mr. Simon Chewalianga. Miss Hilda Arinaitwe. Victoria Nansubuga. Mr. Junda Nuwamanya. Mr. Peter Kagumia. Mr. Esule Joseph. Esule Joseph. Please smile as big smiles, eh? Very big smiles. Mr. Hakim Chizito. Mr. Boaz Tumusime. Mr. James Mboijana. Miss Pauline Namalwa. Mr. Chirabira Paul. Mr. Sali Gaddafi. Mr. Sali Gaddafi. Mr. Bugonga Arnold. Miss Barbara Ameso. Mr. Rutaro Thomas. Mr. Rutaro Thomas. Miss Nabukwasi Dokas. I believe that even the line that will go to heaven will be like this. Eh? Smiles, people are happy, they know they are going to receive nice things. Eh? Aye. It will be nice. Eh? For us who will be there, I don't know if, who else is going to be there with me? Because me, I am assured. Eh? I am not assured. Who has said that one? Okay. Miss Agnes Chiwanuka. Miss Agnes Chiwanuka was also helping us with the microphone during the plenary. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to recognize some people who are not here, but they are part of the committee. Mr. Galand Johnston, a round of applause for him. Mr. Ezra Bwambale, Mr. Kawase George, and Mr. Liazi Vivian. Now that the smiling is done, let us give a round of applause for now everybody who was in this committee, and also for the wonderful team that I had up here that has awarded these certificates. Now I'm going to keep you there for a bit because I want you to now officially perform the event that we came here for. You can sit down briefly as we set up the launch of the Uganda Tourism Satellite Account Report 2023. So I need this report to be, I think we need to put it up on the platform if possible, or we can do it from here. All right, so let's move this projector so we can be able to launch. Okay, I need Dave. Okay. All right, so let the team there organize very quickly, and then we can go into the official launch. As that happens, you can marvel at our panel. You can look at them, very smart, very knowledgeable, you know. And I think we've all worked hard to get where we are now, to the launch of this Tourism Satellite Account Report 2023. Are we ready for the launch, ladies and gentlemen? I can see copies of the report also being brought closer to us. Are we ready now? I'm just waiting for a thumbs up from that side, and then we start this. We're ready. Thumbs up. I've gotten the thumbs up. So now we are going to officially launch. So all the cameras should be, now stop pointing cameras at me. As I said, I'm not very important also. Let us focus all our energies there. And I have also moved this side so that everybody's focus is around that area where we are going to be launching from this report. And now, of course, as Master of Ceremony, as I said, for a brief period during every event that I do, I can order around everybody. Everybody. So I'm going to now order around, use my powers. I hope I don't abuse them. I'm going to use my powers to ask the panel to step down so that we can proceed with that function of unveiling that report for the public. Thank you very much. A round of applause for them as they go down.
And Daniel, just to remind you that for whoever is here and you've received that beautiful gray bag, you have a copy of that very report which is being launched. You actually have a detailed copy and one which is a little bit summarized for people who don't like reading a lot.
Why did you look at me when you said that?
It's because you were having eye contact with me. All right, Daniel, take us through that.
All right. So, there we go. The minister should be front and center there. Honorable Tom Butime, there, front and center.
And get to cut the tape.
And get to cut that ticker tape. So we're going to count, We're going to count. We'll count together, right? Let's count from, are we ready? We count from 5. Together, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Round of applause as we unveil.
All right, thank you so much. And of course, Honorable Minister, you will be able to remove that covering after cutting the tape. Honorable Minister, it will be your duty as well to help remove that.
I think Dr. Mama Keita should also join and unveil and open.
Exactly. And of course, officially, we launch the Uganda Tourism Satellite Account. And every one of us actually has a copy, like I said, and you have a flash disk. Tourism, Ministry of Tourism is on another level. And I would just, yes, we would pause and have a sign off there. Daniel?
So the Honorable Minister is going to sign this report. Journalists, you need to be fit right now to get the angle.
Congratulations, Ministry of Tourism. This is definitely going to be a tool for monitoring, for assessing, for measuring ourselves against what others have done. And of course, we'll make better a ministry that has provided quite a lot to our government in terms of economic development. And Daniel, like we had earlier on in the discussion, it's the only ministry with a surplus while others are running deficits.
Yes, and the Honorable Minister actually, while he was giving his remarks, said this is going to help him to go and fight in Parliament.
Honorable Minister, I'll fight together with you, that I can promise.
Yes.
Because we know what needs to be done.
So that we get more money. He said he's also going to fight in cabinet. I'm telling you, lots of fights here.
And once the war in cabinet is won, the one in Parliament we will sort with together with the media. And like we said, of course, tourism is not a duty of only the ministry or any other bodies that are charged with it, but it is also very important for all of us to participate in the way we communicate about our country.
All right, now the last photograph, the photo of the panel of our leaders holding the copies of this Uganda Tourism Satellite account. Photographers are in charge right now for a brief period before I take back my power, because I feel like they are taking away a little bit of my power, me and Mildred's power.
You don't want to transition, eh?
Yeah, we need to. Photographers, please use our power very well before we take it away.
Be careful, anytime we will overthrow you as photographers, we can decide to stand in front of your lens. Thank you very much, and congratulations to you, Honorable Tom Butime, together with your team, the PS, and the entire ministry for having this in place, because it's going to turn around. And I'm kindly requesting, Daniel, still with you, I will request that the PS and everyone who was at the forefront to still go back, please, for our photo moment. So please, DED, I'm kindly requesting DED, you boss, Honorable Tom Butime, together with Mama Keita, please, and the PS to please step back for our photo moment, because we are definitely winding this up, but we'll take the photos right up on the stage. Yes, let's get back on the stage.
Yes,
yeah. Let's go with the copies of the report. And with this, I'm going to request the entire ministry leadership, whoever has remained right below, to kindly come up, step to the fore, the entire ministry leadership, to please come and join our high table in this picture moment. The ministry management entirely, you boss management, I know that statisticians, I am seeing someone right behind who is remaining there. I am kindly requesting, and you know who I am talking about, Mumza, Mr. Mumza, to kindly step forward, because this is definitely your product under the Bureau, and we would like you to be a part. And if you do not mind, you'll feel free to pick a book from here. I am not seeing Mr. Joke Rodney up here. The entire ministry staff, the director, tourism, UBOS staff, please. Let's take advantage of this moment. You have been the people behind these. The rest have also just joined in to re-echo what you've done. So we want to say thank you so much. Let's widen up. We have enough space, so we can have a few people joining on the other side. Thank you very much, Ministry of Tourism. Thank you very much, UBOS. Thank you very much, UNECA, for ensuring that this actually comes to pass. You know, back in the day, we would have others squat down, others would like sleep on the ground, so that you might end up being in the crop zone, by the way. Okay, I hope that is good enough. For Geoffrey. I imagine I invited everyone and they decided to hide. All right, we'll take this group photo. I hope we have, because I had one for the TSA technical team, so we'll keep it right there. We're good? Make sure that if you're down to earth like me, I mean, if God gave you just enough height, not extra height, make sure you're at the front if you're down to earth, so we do not put you in the crop zone. Thank you very much, and we'll leave the high table. All our panelists who have been at the high table there, and I'll request the TSA technical team to remain and take another picture right there. The TSA technical team remain with the minister, remain with the Honorable Minister stays. The high table stays. For you, you still have a lot of work to do. Mama Keita, you're going nowhere. So I'm going to request the top 4 who've been there, and I'll request the TSA technical team to actually stay right there. Let's create more space the other side. The TSA technical team, please stay. We have a little bit more space that side. please make sure that you're not, they will ask, where were you in this picture? When you're behind, so we want to see everyone's face, please. Make sure that we are able to see you.
Okay, after that photograph, we are going to have the organizing committee of this event now join the top 4 to take photos.
So let's first clear up. Let's keep all those who've been up there, the minister, the DED, the PS, and Mama Keita, please stay. So we can have the organizing committee. I know how tight it is. Sleepless nights, when we have such an event, you have sleepless nights, you're wondering whether things will come through. Please, please, let's just spread out. Let's go to the other side. Thank you so much to the organizing committee. You've done a tremendous job. I think today you can have some massage, courtesy of the ministry. The PS is here after all. You can go to the spa. You know, I am thinking you didn't have a lovely Valentine because you were thinking about this event here. Thank you so much for ensuring that this comes to pass. Your efforts have definitely been rewarded today. Well, thank you so much. And now I can officially let go of the minister.
So, right as the minister and the top 4 go back to their seats, we shall close with the anthems. And thereafter, the media has requested the Honorable Minister and the top 4 for a few words in interviews. So the media wants to interview the top 4 after here.
And the interviews will be done right outside at the booth. You'll be able to see the banner, which will have our interviews done. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to request that in respect of our nation and East Africa, once again to close this off, our minister is right here with us. We all stand up. We'll take a stanza each of the anthems and take the East African anthem first, and then the Uganda national anthem in that order. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all rise for the anthems. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for honoring the invitation. Like Daniel said, the top 4, we kindly request that we'll step to the booth, the photo booth, and take some media questions here and there. But for the rest of us, for the start, we'll be heading for lunch in the gardens. So as you step out, you will take your left, and any of the waiters and waitresses and hotel staff will be able to direct you. So we take lunch in the gardens while the media as well takes on with the interviews. Thank you so much. God bless you. Journey Masses. Let's start on the drive to ensuring that we run a country, we run our tourism industry for our own economic development. Have a lovely day from myself, Mildred Tuhaise, and Daniel Lutaya. God bless you.
Sorry, before we wind up, a big hand for Mildred and Daniel. Can we please clap for them? I think they've done a wonderful job, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you.